At least for
Over to you, Parul ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to the august presence of all eminent guests, revered speakers, faculty members, researchers, and our dear students. I, Ms. Parul Manchanda, Assistant Professor with Vivekananda School of Business Studies, on behalf of Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies and College of Information Science and Technology, University of Nebraska, Omaha, would like to extend a very warm welcome to you. We extend a deep sense of gratitude to all our distinguished delegates, chairpersons, directors, participants, fellow faculty members, and students for their benign presence at the 8th International Conference, WING 2022, on Replenish, Restructure, and Reinvent. Technology-fueled transformation for sustainable future. Jointly organized with the College of Information Science and Technology, the University of Nebraska at Omaha, USA. It's said, the greater our knowledge increases, the greater our ignorance unfolds. This is the process of learning and evolution. Like all other transformations in the past, the rapid rise of digitization in the form of Industrial Revolution 4.0, coupled with remote work due to pandemic, has placed new demands on the employees, who now require different skills to support these unavoidable and critical changes to the way work gets done and how the business priorities of the companies are being set. The pandemic has conditioned human minds for high levels of uncertainty, volatility towards life, translating significant changes in business aspirations based on customer expectations. The impact of the pandemic is widely varying across industries, but the common impact felt by all is evident in the overall digitization of business processes. The conference aims to bring together thinkers who would deliberate and strategize the achievement of sustainable development goals by transforming the global, regional, and national economies through reinventing industries and ensuring that the human resources are developed and trained to have the right skills to support their resurgence of the world economic order. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all present here for choosing VIPS to present their valuable piece of work and making this conference a grand success. Now, before proceeding with the formal pre-inauguration, I would like to introduce you all to VIPS. Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies was founded by our Honorable Chairman, Sir Dr. S.C. Vats in the year 2001 on the principles of Swami Vivekananda's teachings. The vision of the Institute, that is, man-making, character building, and nation building, reflects the determination of the Institute to produce world-class leaders with strong moral values. The Institute is affiliated to Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, recognized by Bar Council of India and approved by All India Council of Technical Education. VIPS is operating with 6 schools offering undergraduate and postgraduate programs with 7,500 plus students and 270 plus faculty members on rolls. VIPS has established a multiple school structure to foster interdisciplinary approach to learning. Our institute offers quality education in the domains of law, journalism, mass communication, information technology, management, economics, English, and engineering in artificial intelligence. Now, I would also take the privilege to introduce a co-organizer for the event. The University of Nebraska at Omaha College of Information Science and Technology was formed from the joint efforts of the University of Nebraska, the state of Nebraska, private industry, and the non-for-profit sector to address the growing local and global needs for knowledgeable professionals in various areas of information technology. To produce the next generation of IT professionals, the college adopts a unique model that integrates core IT disciplines such as computer science and information systems with the emerging IT areas such as information assurance, bioinformatics, and IT innovation. The college has the college has incorporated these areas into pioneering undergraduate, graduate, doctoral, educational, and research programs that are giving us a leadership position in information assurance, bioinformatics, information management, and IT innovation. The college currently has nearly 70 full-time faculties, instructors, staff, serving 1,000 plus students. The innovative curriculum centers and research opportunities are designed to solve today's most pressing problems. Through their 11 undergraduate and graduate degrees, the institute ensures that the students are receiving a multidisciplinary education that prepares them to be the next generation of IT leaders. We are very fortunate to build association with the university of such repute, and we are sure this bond will strengthen in times to come. Now, I shall request Dean Vivekananda School of Business Studies and Conference Head Dr. Indra Bharadwaj ma'am to please address the audience with her introductory remarks and give a brilliant start to this event.
Thank you, Parul, and a very good morning formally to all the August audience here, and a very, very warm welcome to Professor Seth and the eminent guest speakers for today. I really don't want to take much time because I'm sure the audience is very, very impatiently waiting to hear Professor Seth. With your permission, sir, can we record this session for our archives and for future references? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we would actually like to record the session for all our students who are not able to participate today. And we again thank you from the bottom of our heart. And we are very privileged, and it's an auspicious occasion. So looking forward to hearing Professor Seth to start with the international conference, and all my best wishes to all the research scholars who have made the effort to present papers. I think we have received some 90 plus papers for the conference.
Wow.
And we have about 9 or 10 eminent speakers and 6 session chairs. So a heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who's agreed to be a part of the conference to help us extend deliberations beyond the national boundaries. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here, joining us today and joining us for the conference. And Professor Seth, I'm really waiting to hear you. Thank you so very much for being with us today once again.
Thank you. So first of all, good morning. It's evening for me here. My time is just past in the evening after 9:30, 9:45. I know it's morning about 8:15 your time over there. And thank you for inviting me. The topic I selected intentionally, given the emphasis on the conference and the College of Information Sciences, is the impact of technology, especially technology impact on management, discipline, and practice. I will talk about each technology has always impacted the management practices, philosophy, and even theories that we invent or discover or we write it about. And I will eventually suggest the future about what's going to happen from a management perspective. It is not technical presentation as much as basically impact on the society, on the governance mechanism primarily, and hence the title. So give me a minute before I set up my presentation. Let me see if I can do it. I hope I can do it. So just bear with me, please. And I'm using an iPad, so it's a little more cumbersome. Can you see the title?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good, good, okay. So the title is New Contours of Management, which means change in the management culture, practices, primarily because of the emergence of artificial intelligence, interconnected world. Today, social media has no borders whatsoever, and what I call Industry 4.0. So let me just show you the next slide. Every technology has changed the contours of management practice and principles. So industrial age is in the journey. Industrial age, which began almost 200 years ago, changed the way we produce products and services. So basically the emphasis was more on production side than on the consumption side. And here are the examples. Prior to the mass production technologies, everything was custom made. I remember I came to the States 60 years ago, and when I was in India, for example, I always had custom made shirts. Went by the cloth, went to the tailor, and the tailor made based on my body and specifications. Today, I have to get what is called ready-made shirts primarily. Custom shirts are harder and harder. Actually, in the US, you seldom get it done unless you go to a very expensive place, primarily as a sort of exceptional area. It's a luxury item now in many ways. So custom to mass production became very key. And the key principle was the assembly line, and the symbolism of assembly line obviously was the Model T production by Henry Ford. He became pretty well-known engineer to talk about how he can scale up to a level where the economies of production will be such that the car can be made so that it is affordable by the worker, the factory worker, which was his dream. Not by the wealthy people who always had the horses and buggies in those days. Then we also came out from Germany, Frederick Taylor's scientific management principles, which turns out to be division of labor, time and motion studies that he did, which became sort of the norm in the way a foreman, a factory worker, manager will basically manage workers themselves. TQM is a much later phenomenon that came in, especially with Edward Deming going to Japan, transforming the whole economy of Japan based on TQM. Everybody else followed. And today, of course, we talk about lean operations, which is a more advanced form of the same kind of a thing, putting 4 or 5 processes together. Toyota pioneered, or at least publicized heavily. So it was economies of production. Now we come to the second major Industry 2.0, as I call it, which is infrastructure age. People don't talk about the infrastructure age, but it's very key to understand. Railroads, highways, and trucks change the way, lorries we call in India, we call it trucks in America, the way we distribute products and services. So here it is all about economies of distribution, not manufacturing, which was the first phase. Examples would be labor mobility. For the first time, a worker can travel by railroads or by highways from one place to the other. So you had a labor mobility and product mobility. Products would go from one location to the other locations with much more, I would say, efficiency, if nothing else. We created global supply chain, which now we are regretting some fashion with the COVID impact. We are suffering enormously, shortage of everything right now. In the supermarket, we have empty shelves. I could not believe in America we would ever have empty shelves, but it is happening. So supply chain became a very key part of this economy of distribution. Logistics and warehouse became very critical in India, which is just about emerging into that whole area. So companies like Amazon, Flipkart are putting enormous emphasis on logistics and warehousing. And ultimately, you make it here, but market there. In other words, you did not market the same place where you manufactured or made the products, as we do in an unorganized economy or unbranded product categories, for example. So in this particular case, it's focused on economies of distribution. Next area, of course, is economy of transactions, which we call e-commerce today in many ways, which is where ICT comes in, information communication technology. This is where I've spent all my life. For more than 35, 40 years now, I've been an advisor in ICT industries, primarily for the telephone side, but now across all of the elements of ICT. It's an enormous transformation is taking place. So information age changed the way we do commerce and communication. So telephones, when they came in, television, computers, and now the internet, mobile phones, you can see how much dramatic changes are taking place, especially in India with smartphone technologies, pretty much becoming almost universal, I would say, very affordable at the same time for most people. We also saw the rise of credit cards and e-commerce. So credit cards like Visa and MasterCard became pretty much every bank account that you have, you will get an access to some form of a transaction-based floating or a credit if possible. And then, of course, we now are shifting toward huge amount of online ordering, especially with the lockdown procedures because of the COVID. So this is now the economy of transactions, which we have not studied as much, surprisingly, as we have studied the economy of distribution or economy of production by and large. That's the industry 3.0. My focus is going to be industry 4.0. So artificial intelligence is a major tsunami. In fact, I'm writing a book right now on the 7 side effects of the internet age or dark side of the internet age. And one of the whole chapters is when artificial becomes real. People are bonding more and more, surprisingly, with the virtual world, virtual relationships, virtual girlfriends, boyfriends, than they're bonding with the real people. Fundamental change. And of course, you see Facebook now announcing that they're going to go away from strictly social media platform to virtual communities. And they've changed the name of the corporation also. And what Facebook does is already done by several of the people before. For example, there's a whole website, many years old now, which is the first generation legacy website in this space called Second Life. People want to live another life altogether, like a fantasy, like a vicarious world. And of course, there is another website similarly called Farmville, where people actually have a farm. They want to milk their cow. They want to produce wheat, rice, whatever they do. Surprisingly, it's like a hobby in many ways, but that's very fascinating around here. And now it is going to amplify with the amount of investment being made by companies like, Facebook or whatever the new name they have given. So around here, the examples are now shifting from transactions to user experience and sharing economy. Next generation of people are not as enamored with ownership of things, like ownership of a motorcycle or ownership of a car, ownership of a home, as they are more sharing, renting primarily. In America, it's a big phenomenon toward a rental-based economy or a gig economy in many ways. So Facebook Nation is really here. Today we bond all over the world without any borders in many ways, which is again a big one. And one of my interesting areas of research right now is the blockchain. I think blockchain, cloud computing is already here now, but the blockchain is going to be very transformative for a very simple reason. It is the foundation of cryptocurrency. More importantly, 4 major accounting firms which really control the audit function of most corporations have already blessed it. It is legitimized by people who are the opinion makers or market makers by and large. And blockchain has so much potential other than for cryptocurrency, which is the research I'm doing right now. I call this industry 4.0 as economy of experiences as opposed to economy of transactions, which is the previous age. So now new contours of governance are going to happen. And there are about several phenomena here that I will talk about. The first one is that contrary to all of the expectations, the value of human beings will rise in the process. Let me put this chart out first, and I'll come back to the other chart again. So management is all about governance, is my view. Governance will shift from hierarchical. Today we have a hierarchical-based organizational structure to more and more distributed governance. Governance takes place at the endpoints, not at the hub in many ways. And governance will be rather than driven. Second dimension is from external governance like compliance, rules and regulations will become more and more self-governing mechanism. Blockchain is a very key foundational technology to bring about this shift along with other shifts. Governance will also shift from external to self-governance, which means the organization runs by itself, which is unusual to think about. And therefore, what are the consequences of this new governance mechanism? So the first major new contours of management will be, this is very contrary view to most people's view, human capital will command the premium. We think that automation and artificial intelligence will replace the humans. I find just the opposite. Humans will go to the next value chain primarily. And you can see when you think about the most difficult job people do is farming all over the world. Basically, farming, bonded labor is the toughest job you'll do. There are no vacations. It's 24/7 essentially based upon the climate, culture, and climate essentially. But compared to that, factory work is better. Compared to factory worker, clerical work is better. White collar now, but white collar clerical, and of course, white collar professional. You get more and more autonomy of making decisions yourself. So factory versus knowledge worker, we are going to shift human capital more to our knowledge workers and let the factories be run by robots, for example, which means reskilling will be very important in most countries, not just in emerging economies. And I'm a very strong proponent of skilled labor more and more. Certification is very important to certify mundane jobs that can be done. But more and more factory work will be taken by automation. Rise of contract work. I find more and more fascinating if you read the American news, we have a huge shortage of labor. Unemployment rate is now 3.9%, which was 4% was considered minimum in any economy for transition from one technology to the other technology. This is below that level. There's a shortage of labor for everything. Doesn't matter whether it's a garbage collection, for example, sanitation people, whether it's fire department, whether it's police, for example, frontline healthcare workers right now, to surprisingly knowledge workers. There's a huge shortage, especially frontline workers. There's a huge shortage of labor right now. And therefore, more and more people are opting for autonomy, not for work. They would like to do in their terms when they are wanting to do. So there's a greater autonomy and self-governance is more important than benefits, which is a mind-boggling thinking. Of course, not true in India as yet, but very true in very advanced countries. I have articulated that the largest employer in the world will be what I call self-employed. I don't need fringe benefits. I'm willing to sacrifice many of the corporate benefits I get in order to get the freedom that I have to manage my work-life balance. So today I would like to work at my terms when I can show up at the workplace, not at what the boss tells me when you should come, whether it's a banking job or investment banking job or even a factory job for that matter. Only places where work cannot be shifted to me where I am, as it happened during COVID, I have to go because machines are out there. It's a very different story, but other than that, people would like the autonomy and the freedom to wherever they would like to work. So work gets distributed, governance gets distributed in the process. One very key element is that we are going to have coach and mentor style leadership. Will replace what I call authoritarian style of leadership. This is the old theory X, where for the job security, you can basically demand from the workers kinds of work that they would not be able to sustain otherwise. But the job security was a very important incentive. We shifted that from theory X to what is called in human resource theory Y. Treat him as a human being. The person has emotions, feelings, sort of respect the individual person, who they are, not based upon what work they do, etc. And theory Y became quite popular. In the 50s, it began in America. And by now, even that is not relevant because people just don't like the word boss anymore. As soon as the word boss, there's a negative reaction. So today, people like their leaders to be much more like a coaches for the athletes, sports. You remember the player more than you remember the coach. So the whole notion of business now is shifting in terms of not what is good for you as a manager or a leader, but how can you unlock the potential of others? Or how can you make ordinary people extraordinary? That seems to be the new mission for leadership in the world, pretty much. And it is working that way. Today, young people from my university demand, first of all, what is the company doing for the environment? Not is what my career and how will I get my promotion, etc. That seems to be mingled with societal responsibilities of the corporations. And there's a huge demand by the young people to change the culture of the corporations. So coach and mentor style leadership will replace authoritarian style of leadership. So the next slide. Greater empowerment, but you cannot empower people without responsibility or what I call accountability. Many years ago, I did a study which was very interesting. Unfortunately, the way our recruiting takes place, HR thing, we recruited the entry-level people, let's say in customer support area, customer service. And then we promote people who are doing far better, we promote them to a manager. Sales organization does the same thing, you make a branch manager. Better salesmen people hate paperwork. So you make them less and they plateau eventually. Here it says you empower them. And in my research, I found 1/3 of the people don't want to take the responsibility. They are not willing. Other 1/3 of the people are incompetent. Because our recruiting is not good enough, we allow, especially in a shortage of labor, everybody, and we think that training will make the difference. Actually, selection is more important than training. Only 1/3 are willing and able to perform the job. So one has to invest more in the frontline workers, no matter what work they do. It's very critical around here. So greater empowerment to give them more responsibility, more, etc. So it's a more self-governing, but it also requires accountability. Because if more people make decisions, they may abuse the power they get through empowerment. So that is very important concept. That, and the pyramid reverses in the organization. The top end of the pyramid now reverses, where the frontline people are interacting with the stakeholders, customers, for example, or suppliers, or whoever they are, and they are more responsible in the engagement with outside world by and large. I'm also thinking that revenue sharing will replace profit sharing. For example, if you look at the ride sharing people, Uber, it's basically contractual work, piecemeal job. Based upon the revenue, I get a percent of the revenue. No matter how much Uber makes as a profit, that is not the concern for me as a driver. Primarily, revenue sharing is becoming more understandable model because you don't know how to calculate profitability. Primarily, it's the responsibility of the auditors and the accountants, and often there is a huge ambiguity there. But revenue is more transparent, more appropriate measure. So revenue sharing will replace profit sharing. And that is the Uber model, as I call it, or Airbnb model, where I rent my place on a short-term lease, I guess, and Airbnb shares the revenue with me. Social media will replace press media as judge and jury. This is a bigger, very big phenomenon. In other words, today, we do have the typical judicial system where you have the judge and the jury. In the US, we have a jury system, but that is, judgments are made based upon the content on social media. We have seen how many CEOs or politicians have to step down with scandals anytime that is revealed. And unfortunately, today, everything is recorded. In fact, there is so much of information on all of us today that sometimes I feel like if I do a Google search on me, I will find more things I did yesterday than I knew I did. As soon as I walk out my house, there's a camera, security camera that I have installed, and I can see everything that's happening. As soon as I go to some public place, there are cameras. Any credit card transactions I do, anything I do, my iPhone or Android, makes no difference. It's fascinating to see how much we do daily activity is all recorded, and it is in a permanent database, not only for the immediate use, but for future use. So this is a very interesting phenomenon. So social media become the people who will decide the future of human beings in many ways. And that's a big worrisome right now, how much power social media will have, and are they allowed to have that much power? Next area is public policy will be more strategic than public relations and external affairs. Most companies really have very good investor relationships people, public relations people, or external affairs with the community relationships. But today, public policy is becoming more important, primarily because it is really shaping the future of the industry. Right now, we have a debate going on whether the 5 major social media companies should be regulated. And if so, through antitrust, they have monopoly powers. Should that be allowed? And should we break them up? Should they allow them to sell everything as one bundle thing, one service to the other? So Google, for example, is under watchdog. So is Apple. So is Facebook. So is Amazon. Just goes on, because they have the databases to connect the big data points. And there's a huge public policy debate going on. So more and more, I think companies will need what I call a chief policy officer, not a chief public relationship officer. Next area that's growing is conscious capitalism on the rise. This is something that Raj Sisodia and myself, we wrote a book many years ago called Forms of Endearment, which has led to a whole conscious capitalism movement, that it is in the self-interest of the company actually to serve the society, the community, and the planet, the triple bottom line. And the data clearly shows you that companies that are shareholder driven, like Good to Great book, Jim Collins' book, don't perform as well as companies that are really more community oriented or what I call stakeholder oriented. So shared value creation is very important process that companies will have to learn. And you have seen recently the whole movement toward ESG capital, environmental social governance capital, which actually is outperforming in the market compared to the traditional stock market indices like S&P 500 or FTSE in London or England, and India, of course, the Bombay Stock Exchange indices primarily. It is also referred to as the triple bottom line. Basically, the United Nations New Millennium Goals, 17 or 18 major goals summarized into 3 areas: people, planet, and rather than profit, the word is now changing to prosperity. Again, there's a huge symbolic change that's taking place. Let me conclude and then open up for questions. Every technology influences and alters the contours of management. The industrial age altered the contours of production, the way we make things. Infrastructure age changed the way we distribute things, basically warehousing, shipping, etc. And information age changed the contours of commerce. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, and social media will alter the way we govern corporations primarily. That's the main point. And I do want to mention that surprisingly, there's so much of transition taking place in front of our eyes. We can't see it, but a decade from now, we'll see such a big change. For example, I remember doing my research in the early days of commercialization of wireless technology. Nobody imagined our data here in America invented cellular technology, we commercialized it and we lost it. Just like television, we did the same thing because we allow free market capital processes for establishing standards. Several standards came in, whereas Europeans decided to have a single standard for GSM, became a large market. And nobody thought at that time that China will be the largest market for cellular telephones, or India will be the second largest market. We thought maximum number of cellular users in the American market will be only 900,000 roughly, 954,000 roughly. The study that we did in 1983-84, when we just started commercializing cellular technology till the year 2000. Definitely all the experts who came in as advisors were wrong by a few billion. And today, what is a convenience is becoming a necessity. Today, I cannot live without my cell phone. I can live surprisingly without electricity or running water. What we consider to be luxuries or conveniences are becoming more and more necessities, which changes the way we think in economics. Food, shelter, and clothing as necessities. It may be something else we need to add now. So the technology is moving so fast and bringing about changes. And especially the 3 technologies I'm watching is artificial intelligence, blockchain, and social media will alter the lifestyle. For example, in this book I'm writing, not only it's a digital addiction, which everybody knows, most people are addicted actually without even knowing it. But the second major change that I have a whole chapter on is basically rise of a roommate nation. Today, even in a family, a meal is barely eaten together. Everybody rushes at the meal and then immediately goes in their own corner or their own bedrooms. Somebody is on Skype, on YouTube. Somebody is doing text messaging, for example, WhatsApp in India. Somebody is actually watching television. Somebody is talking on the phone. We live like roommates, even though we are in a family. So what happens to the notion of a family in the way we organize the society at one time is going to have a massive impact, which is an impact on the corporation, the workplace, and the household consumption patterns primarily. Governance will shift from hierarchical, you have a boss and a super boss, to a distributed and from external to self-governance more and more. Self-governance will take time, but think about the self-governance today in some of the knowledge worker phenomenon. If I'm primarily a partner in a law firm, a partner in an accounting firm, or a professor at the university, I have more autonomy. I don't have a boss that says, let me watch you how you teach. I don't have a boss that says, how did you design your curriculum? Given the freedom to me, which is why we are in the academic world, because we like that autonomy of managing our own life primarily. So the burden of managing an institution of knowledge workers is a lot less compared to the burden of managing a manufacturing place. Implications for future of management will be enormous. Human capital will come on premium. We can measure this by hourly wages. So hourly wages of clerical people are more than factory people. Hourly wages of professional people are more than the clerical people. And of course, hourly wages are least in the farming community primarily. Rise of conscious capitalism will expand the responsibility of the corporation from just creating shareholder value for the investors or the owners, to basically stakeholder value for the community, for the suppliers, for the customers, as well as for the community. Let me just conclude that. Final thought. Successful leaders will be those who embrace coach and mentor style leadership instead of the traditional boss style of leadership and management. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a pleasure to listen to you. I would now open the forum for questions. If the participants have any questions, please do let us know. They can just raise their hands, or even they can type their questions in the chat box. Anyone?
Too much information all at the same time. Did it feel like you're drinking from a fire hydrant?
Okay.
Jack, this is Deepak. How are you? Thanks again. A wonderful talk. I was just going to ask you what your opinion is about the surveillance economy and how it ties to what you're talking about. You know, the ZOOM2's concept of surveillance economy.
I think surveillance economy is already here. We are not as aware or conscious. As I mentioned, I actually did that. I did on my iPhone information that was stored. Somebody told me, go and watch because you have allowed that to be stored. And I was shocked. Before the COVID, my travel time, which flight I took, which seat I sat, when I landed, which transport I had, when I checked in the hotel, what was my room number, for example. I was astounded. Then he taught me how to turn off that button, which is constantly recording. Today, Alexa is watching me all the time. Siri is watching me all the time. And now Google is watching me all the time. Surprisingly, I find, Deepak, that young people don't mind, which is interesting. Only people at my age are worried about privacy concern because of World War II and refugee problems and all that stuff, but young people don't mind. Think about how much young people are putting information on TikTok. It is permanent, as it is on all social media. And surprisingly, in the anonymity of this borderless social media or digital world, we say things that we should not be saying in public. People do it. And unfortunately, it comes to haunt you later in life, right? I'm talking about young people's phenomenon, but they don't care. So the attitude is that surveillance economy is already there. Now, whether it's abused by some leaders or nations, that's a different story. There's a lot of thinking about that one, whether you have a social credit, just like you have a financial credit today, my rating to get a credit card and all that thing. Should we have a social credit so that might put a more normative behavior on you by saying what is right or wrong? In other words, faith gave us the norm at one time, family gave us the norm, the community gave us the norm, what is right or wrong. None of those institutions are surviving, so we might have to create data which drives you to say, this is the right behavior, this is not the right behavior. Just to give you an example, Thanks for raising this question because it's interesting to me. For example, if you just get the autonomous cars, right? Self-driving cars, the car will drive you, you don't drive the car. Car tells you what is right behavior, what's not right behavior. Car will shut down, will not allow you if you are drinking, for example. Car will have these sensory devices. It's interesting. So technology may be a better governance, social governance mechanism than humans, which is a fascinating scenario, right? Any other question? But thank you for raising that, because that's very, very important phenomenon.
Yes, there's one more question by Mr. Nishant Sharma. So you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Professor Sheth, first of all, thank you so much for the wonderful insights. Just wanted to follow up on the couple of slides where you talked about blockchain. Just wanted to get your thoughts, wanted to pick your brain on where do you see the future of blockchain in banking space? Yeah. And where do you think we are going with the cryptocurrencies? Do you see a future for cryptocurrencies, or do you think it's a hype which is going to die down, as we go ahead?
Cryptocurrency is here to stay. Let me take that part as opposed to underlying technology, blockchain, which will be more used for other purposes than for creating currency. Cryptocurrency is legitimized by nations, surprisingly. There are 4,000 cryptocurrencies. I couldn't believe the numbers. So I again wanted to double check whether the information I gathered is right or wrong. Every central bank now is adding cryptocurrencies as one, in addition to gold, addition to dollar as a currency for reserve. In fact, the largest nation that may transform cryptocurrency from where it is right now to becoming a legitimate currency would be China. China already has a digital yuan, and they are encouraging everybody to use that as opposed to physical currency, for example. Already they are shifting the whole economy into that platform, as in Kenya they did with M-Pesa, which is a cellular technology, wireless technology-based phenomenon. 30% of the GDP in Kenya is all done with cell phones. There are no credit cards. There's basically skipping the whole generation. So cryptocurrency is really here. It is primarily right now used as storage of value, but it is likely to become an exchange value like all monetary currencies do. And of course, with the start of the non-fungible tokens that we are, and the NFTs, it is becoming a big phenomenon. Digital world is creating more assets today than the physical world, which is mind-boggling, but it is happening in front of our eyes. In fact, jokingly, several of my former students have said, Professor Sheth, why don't you create non-fungible tokens of many things you do, and they will have a value, like a painter has a value for his paintings, sculpture has a value. So I was very skeptical about the cryptocurrency 2-3 years ago. I was sort of saying this will die out as a fad. People will lose a lot of money, but I'm now quite convinced it is real. And unfortunately or fortunately, I think we will basically have dollar denomination as no longer the currency for pricing, for example, like oil economy. Just as we topple the British pound with the American dollar may not be used as a pricing point. It's going to be more and more cryptocurrencies between nations or between subsidiaries of a corporation. I've been amazed. Corporations are adopting cryptocurrency also now, not only just merchants, but also within the company transactions between nations, because the whole compliance issues, regulation issues, central bank issues, for example, in between currency transfers between nations. And so it's bypassing all that bureaucracy essentially. So I'm pretty much convinced that cryptocurrency will become more real phenomenon. Now back to blockchain. Blockchain is basically self-governance. It forces transparency. It forces, like in the old days, if you go back to the agriculture age, and if you go back to Indian panchayat governed itself. Everybody watched everybody. In a small town, it happens even in America. So in small villages, governance takes place among those 15, 20 families who live there. And they basically provide the governance. Same thing is happening now in blockchain. Governance is automatic, it is transparent, and therefore I have a trust that rises. Right now, there's a huge trust deficit in institutions. We don't believe what the governments say anymore. We don't believe what the religious leaders say anymore. We don't believe what the school teachers say anymore, unfortunately. So given the traditional institutions, governance is failing, especially corporate governance. And given that, you now find a governance mechanism put together by blockchain as a technology. And that will be more governance technology, which is why I'm talking about self-governance as a mechanism. Because blockchain is not controlled by any one individual. It is basically just a technology, distributed knowledge, distributed information that is provided. Very fascinating. Too long an answer, I'm so sorry. I'm in my own zone now.
It was quite comprehensive. We really appreciate that, sir. In fact, okay. Moving ahead, we have one more question coming from Dr. Sharad. May I please request you to unmute yourself, sir?
It's not able to unmute.
Just a minute. Yes, now.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we are talking about technology-fueled transformation of industry, and if we see from industry 1.0 to 4.0, technology is actually moving fast, and with technology, the wastage is also increasing. So my question to you is: are we really moving towards sustainability, or we are moving towards only the discussion of sustainability rather?
Excellent question, sir. Nice to see you in the audience there. We talk every week, so this is a different platform here. No, I think surprisingly, as I'm doing research on environmental sustainability, I'm finding more and more use of technology, what we call smart agriculture is taking place. Everything is becoming smarter in the way waste is reduced or more efficient mechanisms are coming in, pretty much. And so actually in state of Georgia, which is the 4th largest forestry state in America. Washington is very large, for example. We are pretty big in forestry, which is why a lot of paper mills are here and paper companies like Kimberly-Clark, Georgia Pacific are based here. We also have a K-line, which is a clay-like thing which whitens the paper, for example. So this is a very strong forestry industry. I see basically an agricultural economy outside of Atlanta, for example. And they are doing fantastic research on use of smart technology. I'll give you something 25 years ago I experienced, which is way before today's technology. When I was doing research in agriculture, which I really enjoy actually, in California, which is a very advanced state, they don't cut the rice paddies after taking the ricing out. Remember in India and in Burma and every place, they do it with manual labor. They cut it by laser. Isn't that interesting? They burn that whole field by laser. They don't seed by human beings seeding the plantling. They actually do it by flying the aircraft. Isn't that interesting? This is the legacy of technology. Today it's far more. When I can do precise farming today with technology using GPS technology alone. If you take today's Caterpillar, which is one of the equipment makers, John Deere, another one, Komatsu, for example, from Japan, and there are others now coming in. They are basically smart machines. It's almost like flying an airplane, but on the ground. There's so much of capability. More precise farming is done today than ever before in advanced economies, essentially, because they're using the technology a lot more than ever before. So I see just the opposite almost. The technology may actually be enabling you to reduce waste. I think it's a question of mindful consumption. Do people have the attitude to consume less or waste less, for example? And if they have changed that attitude, and if not by law, if you have to control it by mandatory, like we do smoking, we do seat belts, we do quite a lot of things by law, I think one can do the same thing, where consumption is enabled to be controlled or reduced by technology. It's very possible.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions by anyone? You can please raise your hands if in case you have any questions. We will unmute you.
Till we have more questions, I had a question, said sir. That intangible capital, as has been spoken about. There's so much on the virtual media, which is the social media, and you rightly said that that is becoming the driver for policy and social life for people now, with so much of data, and all this is a intangible capital. And you mentioned that you have intangible capital overtaking the tangible capital now. But then, the way we had a couple of IPOs in India launched with a huge hype and then coming down their value significantly. So is it that this also turns out to be a hype someday and we realize that, we're just talking about too much of intangible capital, which really didn't exist? Or is it real? Is it real? I don't know. There is so much of intangible capital that probably data and information will become so much more valuable. And as you said, that artificial intelligence will take over human intelligence, but you also mentioned that human intelligence has no replacement. So tangible assets have no replacement. I mean, it's a dichotomy. So just a little view from you.
Very good, very good. It's very, very, very thoughtful question and something that we need to discuss. There are two elements, two opposite elements. The capital formed in industrial age, which is machinery, buildings, etc. There's a whole theory that I studied, and actually I did a lot of advising in utility industries like telephone and electricity, what we call stranded asset theory. The book value is higher than the market value, opposite of what is called Tobin's Q, where market value is higher than the book value. This is the reverse phenomenon. In fact, most of those assets for companies like General Electric, which is all legacy manufacturing, those assets will have no junk value even. You have to pay somebody to take the assets away from you. Isn't that interesting? Which is mind-boggling. So what was a capital is we call a stranded asset theory because our depreciation schedules are so slow compared to the valuation. So our book values are higher. So surprisingly, more legacy manufacturing-based companies, book values are more inflated than the market value. I have a whole chapter in my new book exactly on that one, of the stranded asset theory. It's only place where the traditional manufacturing brick and mortar, like shopping centers, I just did a major interview on that one. The value is of the land, not the building, not the machinery. So the land is now in the mainstream, like the shopping malls in Gurgaon, for example, near Delhi. They're so close now, as metro expands, value is in that land over there, and agricultural land can be converted into educational institutions, increasing the value, the typical formula that we all have, but not in the buildings and machinery. But we do not add the value of land in our accounting systems. We only add, exactly, because the depreciation schedules, land doesn't depreciate. So we are now into this industrial age, economics and industrial age accounting system, which is obsolete. Now come to the other side. The market for digital possessions is rising more and more. The tokens, non-fungible tokens, right? And then therefore, it's very much like any other place. Why do we buy an artist painting? Why do we listen to music? Just now we found out that one of our music, rock band guy has his whole library just sold to big media company for $500 million. Remember, he made millions on the way, but because it is digitized now, he has an exit value. And the company that buys out, maybe Sony Music or whatever the big players are going to make more money on streaming activities. This is the intangible asset. In fact, I'm personally agonizing, and I can share in a public domain, which usually I don't like to, but I have so many intellectual property rights, IP rights in the digital world. My copyrights are so many. All my publications have copyrights, some of them belonging to me, and I'm actually getting a legal advice how to pass on my digital rights to next generation, usually my foundation in this case, I'm going through a legal process. Intangible value is greater now, you see. Which is why Google was very smart. I tell you, that's the smartest company I met, because they took all the out-of-print books, which had no copyrights, and basically just copied them, made from physical to digital, as they've done with the GPS mapping of the whole neighborhoods. All that content belongs to Google, and they can rent it forever, like you make a royalty money. So it's very interesting. So there is something happening now. There is always a bubble. You know, there was a bubble of corn, bubble of tulips, you know, in economics we studied. So there may be bubbles clearly happening in this world, and people will lose money in the short run, but the journey, I think, is going to, from physical first to digital first is a reality now.
Very interesting, sir. Very insightful. Very insightful. Thank you.
Any more questions, anybody? Okay. I would now try to reinforce the words of Professor Seth by saying a little about him, as our audience would be eager to know a little more about his towering personality now. Professor Jagdish Seth is founder, Seth Leadership Academy, Charles H. Kelstead Professor of Business in the Goizueta Business School at Emory University, United States. He is globally known for his scholarly contributions in consumer behavior, relationship marketing, competitive strategy, and geopolitical analysis. Professor Seth has over 50 years of combined experience in teaching and research at the University of Southern California, the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, Columbia University, MIT, and Emory University. Dr. Seth is a recipient of 2020 Padma Bhushan Award for Literature and Education, one of the highest civilian awards given by the Government of India. He is also a Fellow of the Academy of International Business, Fellow of the Association of Consumer Research, Fellow of the American Psychological Association, Fellow of the American Marketing Association, Distinguished Fellow of the Academy of Marketing Science, and a Distinguished Fellow of International Engineering Consortium. Dr. Seth is the recipient of an honorary doctorate in science awarded by the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in the year 2016, an honorary doctorate of philosophy awarded by Shiv Nadar University in the year 2017. He is a recipient of all 4 top awards given by the American Marketing Association. Professor Seth has also authored more than 300 books, 300 papers, and several books. He has also been an advisor to the government of Singapore in repositioning the nation for the future and policy advisor to the US government about the future of the telecommunications industry. Dr. Seth is also the founder of Center of Telecommunications Management at the University of Southern California, which has now become an institute. He is also the founder and chairman of India, China, America, ICA Institute, which analyzes the trilateral relationship and its impact on geopolitics, security, trade, and investment. And I would really like to acknowledge this fact, sir. It has been a real pleasure for all of us to actually listen to you. And it is meaning a lot that you have taken out such a wonderful time from your busy schedule to actually have such deliberate discussions with our guests, with our participants. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request Dr. Indira Bharadwaj ma'am to felicitate our esteemed guest, Professor Jagdish Seth, through virtual flowers and memento. Now, moving ahead, may I please request Dr. Kritika Nagdev, conference convener, to forward a vote of thanks to our esteemed guest, Professor Jagdish Seth, and all participants for their presence.
Thank you, Parul ma'am. On behalf of School of Business Studies, VIPS, I thank you, sir, for giving a legendary start to this conference. This was surely a once in a lifetime experience for many of us who have their special interest in marketing and behavioral sciences. You inspire us to focus on Eastern values and our culture integration to its application to marketing. And the thought behind the Shade Foundation and the Indian Academy of Marketing to support the research scholars in India. So the way you interacted, interconnected the dots of digital transformation to governance and to the expected leadership style for the near future, these young budding entrepreneurs and managers that we have must have been surely benefited and learned from the insights shared by you about the autonomy trend, moving towards the self-independence, empowering themselves, and how they should position themselves to move towards economy of experiences, making transactions elementary and extent in near future, focusing more on creating stakeholder value with a great example that you quoted about using technology in this in the way of smart farms to actually implement mindful consumption. And it's important to understand side effects of AI as well at the same point of time as artificial becomes real and the implications of data security and the need of better policy making and focusing on social governance. And as you summarized in a recent interview that I have, I generally go forward to look for in general, is that you summarized your life journey as a blessed journey. Today, we also feel that it is truly a God's blessing to help us connect with Dr. Deepak Khazanchi for enabling us to connect with you and making this memorable day possible for us. I can only conclude by saying that we are truly blessed and it's surely a best day for all of us to have you amongst us, thanks to this technology again, that we can meet remotely as well.
Thank you so much. I'm really feel honored to be invited, and both of you, Deepak and you, worked very hard to get me there, and it worked out fortunately because evening time here is morning time and it worked out very well. So again,
Yes,
I thoroughly thank you so much. I do want to make one comment if it's okay. This is always I do that thing because I think that's the reason I do these presentations. If you take a grain of wheat and make it into a loaf of bread, the value add is only 3 times. If you take a rough diamond, this is an industrial agricultural commodity. If you take an industrial commodity like a rough diamond, a good diamond cutter will polish and value add will be about 15 to 20 times. But if you take a human being, mentor, nurture, educate, value add is infinite. We are blessed in India. I'm a refugee from Burma before World War II. And we lost everything. Came back, struggled very hard, 7, 8 years. And when you survive from struggles, you build an inner character. And that is the time I learned how much blessed I am, what India has given to me, free education. Think about that. And I come from a merchant community, so a panwala becoming a professor is unthinkable. But it happened. All of us have potential. We don't realize our own potential till somebody else discovers. And mentors and educators. And I've been very blessed, which is why I said I have a blessed life. And that's why we have an obligation to give back to the society. So all of you who are the next generation of scholars or practitioners, please, society has given you so much to be where you are, give back. It's a sort of a giving forward pledge of some sort. You can nurture, mentor everybody else, and you can unlock their potential. The purpose of business is to unlock the potential of others, not just to make money. I just wanted to make this comment because to me, that's what drives me to contribute back to our culture, to our India as a nation, And I think we have a great, great future for the nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
pleasure,
much.
such a pleasure to host you. Such a
Thank you.
pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your time.
Bye.
It has been a wonderful pre-inaugural session. We now would want to break for another 10 minutes and we would start the next inaugural session at 9:15 sharp. Would request all of you to be aligned over here only on this Zoom link only. We will resume the session at 9:15.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
मैं विप्स हूँ। उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में नए आयामों के साथ नई शिक्षा नीति के तहत नई दिशाओं में वैश्विक स्तर पर उभरता हुआ अग्रणी सितारा, सामाजिक रूप से चैतन्य, संस्कारी, न्यायपूर्ण और मानव मूल्यों से परिपूर्ण मैं ज्ञान आधारित व्यवस्था के अधीन शिक्षा का संचालन कर रहा हूँ। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के 3 सिद्धांतों पर मैं आधारित हूं: सामाजिक अनुशासन, देशभक्ति तथा आत्मीयता। इन सिद्धांतों की वजह से उन्हें हैंडसम ओरिएंटल के नाम से भी जाना गया। मेरा जन्म एक सुखद कल्पना के रूप में श्री चितात्मानंद जी के सानिध्य में मायावती आश्रम में वर्ष 1997 में हुआ। स्वामी चितात्मानंद जी एक प्रख्यात विद्याविद, मैनेजमेंट एक्सपर्ट, लेखक और साथ ही सक्रिय सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता रहे तथा प्रबुद्ध भारत जैसे प्रसिद्ध जर्नल को उन्होंने चलाया।
Friends, today we are here to discuss about value education, which is of the urgent need at this moment of Indian education and Indian society.
श्री S.C. वत्स, जिनका दीक्षांत स्वामी भूतेशानंद जी, जो कि रामकृष्ण मिशन ऑर्डर के प्रेसिडेंट थे, के द्वारा 1977 में हुआ। अल्मोड़ा व मायावती आश्रम तथा उनके कार्यों में श्री वत्स का बहुत लगाव व रुचि रही और डॉक्टर S.C. वत्स एक माध्यम बने इस संपूर्ण परिकल्पना की। मुझे एक अनुशासित, मूल्य आधारित शिक्षा के स्थापत्य के रूप में उभरना था। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के विचारों को नई रगों में बहाना था और इसके लिए डॉक्टर S.C. वत्स से बेहतर माध्यम नहीं हो सकता था।
Swami ji said Vivekananda has inspired millions of people in this country and abroad, but there's nothing tangible which has been done in India. So can you take up a mission, can you take up a challenge of starting an educational institution in the name of Swami Vivekananda?
मानो जैसे स्वामी जी के विचार, उठो, जागो और तब तक मत रुको जब हो जाए, उनके अंतःकरण में गूंजने लगे। मैं डॉक्टर वत्स के विचारों में पल्लवित होने लगा और फलस्वरूप मुझे जीवन देने के लिए उन्हें अपना घर तक बेचना भी गवारा हो गया और जमा राशि से मेरा रूपांतरण हुआ।
My two sons, Vineet and Suneet, they helped me with the seed money. We sold our ancestral home to raise this monument in the name of Swami Vivekananda.
स्वामी जी का मानना था, संभव की सीमा जानने का केवल एक ही तरीका है, असंभव से आगे निकल जाना।
If I remember Chairman sir taking it up, it was purely an altruistic purpose that he started this institution with. We have seen, very difficult times. It's not that whatever we see here was always there. It was a dream which started off with a very small rented space in Big Joe's Tower, but then the spirit that kept us going was Swamiji's, divine intervention, I would call it, and that's where we have been blessed.
मुझे मूर्त रूप मिला 1998 में स्ट्रेंथ इंडिया एजुकेशनल सोसाइटी के माध्यम से। बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज के जरिए मेरा सफर शुरू हुआ बिग जोस की बिल्डिंग में, जहां मैं छोटी सी जगह में बड़े सपने लेकर बढ़ने लगा। दूसरा चरण मेरा पड़ा मोती नगर में, जहां मेरी मानो फाउंडेशन रखी गई। स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचारों को लेकर कैसे अपनाना है, कैसा आचरण होगा, क्या मूल्य मुझे संजोने होंगे और संभालने होंगे और उन पर खरे उतरना होगा, इन सब पहलुओं की गर्मा गर्मी में मैं बढ़ने लगा। मैं विप्स एक नन्हे बालक की तरह मूल्यों और ऊर्जा से भरा स्वामी जी के विचारों में संलग्न हर ओर अपना डंका बजाने लगा। जहां भी मेरा कदम पड़ता, अपनी एक पहचान और निशान छोड़ता। चाहे पढ़ाई का क्षेत्र हो, सामाजिक या सांस्कृतिक कार्यकलापों का, पढ़ने में सबसे आगे गोल्ड मेडल अपनी झोली में डालता गया। कल्चरल एक्टिविटीज तथा सामाजिक कार्यों की ऐसी छाप छोड़ता कि सालों तक सब उन एक्टिविटीज को याद रखते, चाहे अनुगूंज हो, स्पंदन या फिर मूट-कोट प्रतियोगिताएं। साथ ही एक लंबी फेरिस्ट अतिथियों तथा सेलिब्रिटीज की, जो मेरे विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों की शोभा बढ़ाते रहे और अपने कर कमलों से मुझे गौरवान्वित करते रहे। सीमित जगह का होना कभी खटका नहीं। सभी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल जरूरियात, स्टूडियो, लाइब्रेरी, कंप्यूटर लैब तो पूरी ही थी। न जाने कब इस सब के बीच 12 वर्ष बीत गए। मेरे बढ़ते कदमों को अब तलाश थी नए आयामों की, डॉक्टर वत्स के सपनों को नई उड़ान देने की, जो थे मुझे एक हरा भरा कैंपस देना तथा उच्च कोटि का संस्थान बनाने की, एक अलग और अतुलनीय पहचान देने की। इसी समय उनके सपनों को साकार करने के लिए हाथ बढ़ाया यूनिटी ग्रुप के श्री गोविंद अग्रवाल जी तथा श्री कृष्ण अग्रवाल जी ने। और 2012 में मैं विप्स एक नए स्वरूप में शिक्षा जगत में अवतरित हुआ। मैं अपने मूल्यों और स्वामी जी के सधाए मार्ग पर आधारित साक्षात अनुवर्तित व अग्रसर हुआ। उस समय विप्स परिवार के सभी सदस्यों ने अपनी आंखों के सामने डॉक्टर वत्स के इस सपने को चरितार्थ होते देखा और अनुभव किया, एक परिकल्पना को परिवर्तित होते देखा। सपनों का साकार होना और उन्हें महसूस करना एक बहुत ही सुखद अनुभूति प्रदान करता है।
It's a dream come true for me to be here. Because when I was a young student, I never had access to the kind of institution in which you are studying.
डॉक्टर वत्स से मेरा रिलेशनशिप, मेरा संबंध उतना ही पुराना है जितना आपकी अदालत। और मुझे हमेशा लगता था कि ये जो करेंगे अच्छा करेंगे, बड़ा करेंगे, और आज जब इस संस्थान में आया तो मुझे वाकई में गर्व है डॉक्टर वत्स ने जो क्रिएट किया उसके लिए।
श्री सुनीत वत्स, श्री विनीत वत्स और श्री अजय बिंदर हमेशा मेरे अस्तित्व को बनाए रखने के लिए अग्रणी रहे तथा इस ओर कार्यरत हैं। चाहे छात्र हो, अध्यापक या अन्य कर्मचारी, सभी ने मुझे अपना प्यार, स्नेह और गरिमा दी। मैं सदा उनका ऋणी और आभारी रहूंगा। कुछ लोगों को शायद मैं कभी भुला नहीं पाऊंगा। साथ ही प्रोफेसर नीरू और प्रोफेसर दीप्ति, जिन्हें कोविड ने हमसे छीन लिया, ये हमेशा मेरे जहन में जीवित रहेंगे। सभी ने मुझे बड़े प्यार से बड़ा किया और हमेशा सही रास्ते पर चलाया और बढ़ाया। आभार सभी डीन, डायरेक्टर्स और चेयरपर्सन्स का। सभी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन तथा अन्य स्टाफ का, जिन्होंने मुझे नए कैंपस में संभाला, संवारा और नई व्यवस्थाओं में बांधा।
We all are too small to give certificate to somebody. It is internal satisfaction and it is the self-introspection which leads a man to weigh what contribution he has done in the society.
आज मैं 21 वर्ष पूरे कर चुका हूं। मैं कई कोर्सेज का संचालन कर रहा हूं। लगभग 400 अध्यापक और कर्मचारियों का मैं संरक्षण कर रहा हूं। 7,000 से अधिक छात्रों का मैं पथ प्रदर्शक हूँ। साथ ही डीएसबी ने मेरे सानिध्य में अपनी एक अलग पहचान बनाई है। बीटेक भी एक नए सपने के साथ नए स्वरूप में उभरने वाला है। आज मेरे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की सब मिसाल देते हैं, वो स्टूडियो हो या लाइब्रेरी या मूड कोर्ट या विभिन्न लैबोरेटरीज। 24/7 वाईफाई तथा इंटरनेट मुझे सबके साथ जोड़े रखते हैं। आज मैं आधुनिकतम तथा उत्तम शिक्षा प्रदान करने वाला संस्थान है। सभी यहाँ एडमिशन लेने के लिए तत्पर रहते हैं। सभी विद्यार्थियों की फहरिस्त में मैं सर्वप्रथम। 21 वर्षों में मैंने अपनी ऊर्जा, सहनशीलता, तत्परता, सहानुभूति, प्यार और विश्वास की भावनाओं को अर्जित किया तथा महसूस किया और ऐसा माहौल बनाने की कोशिश की है जहां सबको उत्कृष्टता की ओर बढ़ने और अपने संकल्पों को पूरा करने का बढ़ावा व सहारा मिलता है। मैं ऐसी धरातल प्रदान करता हूं जहां रिसर्च, क्रिएटिविटी, इनोवेशन और स्वामी जी के विचारों को अपनाने और संजोने का कार्य चलता रहे।
The future means that you have a lot of challenges in front of you. And the challenges will be tough. Some of the challenges may make you cry, may make you want to give up. I do hope that such challenges come in your way, because those who will cross that path, those who will cross that obstacle, when you want to give up, when you will cross that obstacle, you will be taking the first step towards being champions yourself.
आज 15,000 से अधिक छात्र पास हो चुके हैं।
Let me at the very outset express my gratitude to Dr. VIPS and all his colleagues at the institution for having invited me to be associated with the annual convocation of the VIPS. As Dr. VIPS told you, I've been curiously associated with this institution before its birth.
आज मेरे छात्र विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में कार्यरत हैं। वे जुडिशियल सर्विसेज में हैं तथा उनमें पहला स्थान प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। जज हैं, एडवोकेट हैं, आईटी के क्षेत्र में विप्रो, इन्फोसिस, HCL और IBM जैसी कंपनियों में काम कर रहे हैं। आज वे फिल्म निर्माता हैं। मीडिया जगत के हर क्षेत्र में अग्रणी हैं। वे अपने उद्यमों तथा बिजनेस कंपनीज को लगाने व चलाने में सक्षम हैं। मेरे 21 वर्ष पूरे होने पर मैं यही प्रार्थना करता हूं कि मुझे इसी तरह सभी का प्यार और दुलार मिलता रहे। मैं अपने सिद्धांतों पर खड़ा रहूं। मैं आपको यकीन दिलाता हूं कि मैं ज्ञान आधारित व्यवस्था के अधीन ऐसी शिक्षा जो जीविका अर्जन के साधनों के साथ साथ राष्ट्रहित तथा राष्ट्र निर्माण की परिकल्पना से तथा आध्यात्मिक भाव से परिपूर्ण हो का संचार एवं विस्तार करता रहूंगा।
Like it says, what is a leader? Leader is a person who can make a common man do uncommon things, basically.
मैं शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक सर्वश्रेष्ठ संस्था के रूप में एक चमकता और उदीप्तमान सितारा बनकर उभरता रहूंगा और मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सबका परिश्रम, स्नेह व आपके अंदर की उत्तमतम एवं उत्कृष्ट होने की उमंग और श्रेष्ठता को पाने के संकल्प मेरा हाथ थामे रखेंगे और मुझे कभी निराश नहीं करें।
All those seated here are my heartbeats. Bricks and mortars won't make an institution great. It's you people who make this institution great.
May we start, ma'am?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. Light symbolizes knowledge, purity, and is the dispeller of the darkness. At Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, we believe that lighting a lamp before a ceremony spreads divine grace. So let's inaugurate the event together through a virtual lamp lighting ceremony. Now, I shall request Dean, Vivekananda School of Business Studies and Conference Head, Dr. Indira Bharadwaj ma'am, to please address the audience with her introductory remarks and a welcome address, giving a brilliant start to this event.
Thank you, Parul. A very good morning to the August gathering today. A very hearty and a warm welcome to Professor K.K. Pant from IIT Delhi, Professor Niharika Vohra, from former Professor IIM Ahmedabad and right now the Vice Chancellor of the Delhi Skill Entrepreneurship University. Professor Deepak Khazanji from our partner university for this event, University of Nebraska at Omaha, and Professor Birud Sindha, Professor of Marketing at the same university. A very, very warm welcome to all of you for this inaugural session. It's indeed a privilege to have you amidst us. And on behalf of the host institutions, we actually thank the chief guest and the guest of honor for the inaugural session today. Professor Pant and Professor Vohra, your work has been so remarkable and so eminent that we really look forward to this session to hear a little more from you about all that you have been doing in this field of efforts towards sustainability through technology and through management initiatives. And we have had extensive deliberations on this with Professor Seth a couple of minutes ago. And he actually gave us some intriguing thoughts, which we will keep with ourselves when he compared the way governance is changing, the way communication is changing, the way technology is changing, the way tangible and intangible capital is changing. So with those intriguing thoughts, we'll have deliberations through these 2 days with a lot of eminent research scholars, faculty members, and guests at the conference. And through these deliberations, we hope that all the participants have key takeaways of how they will use these insights into their own fields of work and research. And probably that's a part of the learning evolution that all the academic institutions look forward to. And we at VIPS also organize this conference with this intention every year. So thank you so much to all the guests on behalf of VIPS and University of Nebraska at Omaha, all my faculty members, all my students, a very warm welcome to you, the directors, chairpersons, deans, professor emeritus, directors of the College of Engineering and Delhi School of Business. So a very, very warm welcome to each one of you. And now I would actually want the guests to speak, so I don't want to take a lot of more time from the audience. So over to you, Parul, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to the guests today.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With such welcoming energy, we can surely expect an overwhelming learning experience at this conference. Now, taking the event forward, may I now request conference convener, Dr. Kritika Nagdev, to address the august audience and introduce to the theme of the conference.
Thank you again, Parul ma'am. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce you all to the theme of 8th International Conference 2022, jointly organized by Vivekananda School of Business Studies, VIPS, and the College of Information Science and Technology, University of Nebraska at Omaha, United States. Interconnecting the concepts of sustainability, innovation, and transformation, the premise of the theme is on how organizations had to adopt and pivot their operations swiftly in response to the changes imposed by health risk, along with the economic impact of the ongoing restrictions, thus transforming themselves along with the society to foster a more sustainable future. On micro level, the rapid rise of digitalization and remote work has placed new demands on employees who now require diverse skills to support these unavoidable and critical changes. Certainly, the pandemic has conditioned human minds for high levels of uncertainty, instability towards life, translating in significant changes in business aspiration based upon the newly evolved customer expectation. Some businesses have been benefited. For others, it's yet a struggle. But digital transformation and technology adoption serves as a big piece of solution to their business recovery framework. Thus, to combat the battle, companies are mobilizing their resources towards digital technology, automation solutions, IoT, artificial intelligence. Thus, bold experiments and new ways of working are now everyone's business. The conference aims to bring together thinkers who would deliberate and strategize the achievement of sustainable development goals by transforming the economies through reinventing industries, ensuring that the human resources are developed and trained to have the right skills to support this surrection and surgence of world economic order. The research discussions during the conference will elucidate on how technology-fueled transformation can dismantle the enduring blockages of access and participation for segments of our local and global communities. The theme of the conference is carefully framed that aligns with the UNESCO's aim to foster innovation and inclusive digital transformation for sustainable development by promoting a truly multi-stakeholder approach to technological development that is accompanied with principles of respect for human rights, openness, and accessibility. Thus, the manuscript selected for the conference would be presented in the following tracks: New Age Learning and Sustainable Education, Sustainable Customer Experiences, Sustainable Development Practices and Innovation, Sustainable Finance and Control, Sustainable Human Resources Practices, Technology-Fueled Business Transformation and Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have left us all inquisitive to explore the depth of this relevant theme in today's ever fragile and uncertain environment. Now, may I please introduce you all to our chief guest, Professor K.K. Pant, Petrotech Chair, Federation of Indian Petroleum Industries, Dean Faculty, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, IIT Delhi. Professor K.K. Pant is currently the Petrotech Chair Professor and Dean Faculty at IIT Delhi. He also serves as adjunct faculty at the University of Saskatchewan in Canada, joint faculty at CRDT IIT Delhi, and honorary faculty at University of Queensland in Australia. He is among the leading academicians in India who is working on cutting-edge and futuristic technologies of national and international importance like coal to methanol conversion, e-waste and plastic management, hydrogen generation, CO2 capture and conversion, etc., using catalysis and reaction engineering. Professor Pant's academic and industrial research experience spans over 30 years, with 180 plus publications, having 9,800 citations and numerous patents. He has successfully completed over 50 high-impact projects and consultancies valued more than 500 million Indian rupees from premier companies and government organizations. Professor Pant has also been conferred twice with the prestigious Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award, Hardilia Award by Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, thrice with Dr. A.V. Ramarao Award for Best PhD Supervision, Dr. S.S. Deshpande Award, and etc. Sir, may I please request you to address the audience with your words of wisdom.
So please unmute yourself, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
So very good morning to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Parul, for just elaborating my citation. And I'm thankful to Dr. Indra Bharadwaj for providing me the opportunity to speak in front of the August gathering, and on a very important theme of sustainable development, right? All of you know that there are 17 sustainable goals, right, which have been given by United Nations. And when you talk about the food, health, right, and sustainable environment, so these all are important with respect to the global perspective. So I had a couple of slides which I would like to give a short presentation on this theme. So is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah. So
Yes,
just I thought that on the sustainable development goal theme, if I am able to cover certain points of this, so let me put it on the full screen if possible. I think. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. We can see it, sir.
So what I thought that the theme of this, where we talk about the replenish, restructure, and reinvent, right? And that is what the need of the future. So I thought that let me cover some perspectives on biomass, maybe electronic waste, plastic waste, right? All these things are coming in picture for the future, right? How to mitigate this problem. And if you look at the Delhi and entire right surroundings, you see the problems what we are facing now, right? And these are the global problems when we talk about the temperature is rising, right? It has already risen, right? 1.5 degrees centigrade. And why this is happening? Because of the kind of, right, the new technologies which have come up. But at the same time, the technology have some side effect, right? So large amount of carbon dioxide is being emitted to the environment. And presently the carbon dioxide concentration in the environment is around 412 ppm. So this is again a threat. And if you look at the COP26 in the Glasgow, right, already lot of right announcements have been made whether coal should be used in future. So coal phase down versus phase out. So these are a couple of challenges which we need to address. And in that case, the renewable energy could be one of the promising options. Now, renewable energy, people are talking green hydrogen, but where from this green hydrogen, like water electrolysis, how much energy will be given to split the water? So those are a couple of challenges where all scientists, engineers, technocrats, and managers have to come forward and give a sustainable solution for these kind of problems. So already, if you look at the data here, the mission in Indian scenario also, right, because India is the third largest CO2 emitter, and the per capita CO2 emission, if you look at the data on this side, it is 2.7. That is a huge number, 2.7 tons of this. If I just use my laser pointer. So this is where the data says that 2.7 tons of the carbon dioxide emission. So what has been decided that how to mitigate this carbon dioxide into the environment? Either you use some kind of green fuels, you use some kind of fuel to capture and conversion, and that could be a target of 35% right reduction in CO2 by 2030 based on the data which are available on 2005. So 30% of 2005 versus 2030, and that is where 35% reduction in CO2. But when you know that CO2 capture, CO2 conversion, then where to take it? These are a couple of challenges. So at what cost? So that is also a target price of 2.5 trillion, right? When you talk about in terms of dollar, will be required to meet the climate change. So these are the couple of huge challenges and which all of us have to address, right? At the same time, you see that what is happening to the society, right? Every year, 3.5 million tons of this electronic waste comes. Similarly, the plastic waste, the huge amount of these waste, and we are talking about now e-vehicles, right? Because diesel has to be phased out, the gasoline has to be phased out, and electronic e-vehicles will come in picture. E-vehicles also use lithium batteries, right, and several redox flow batteries. What will happen to these after their life cycle, that is 5 years or 3 years? So after that, again, these will be dumped. So now there is a huge challenge in terms of treatment of the e-waste, and that is also part of sustainable development goal, how to minimize this kind of waste. Another huge problem which all of us face right during a month of October to December, a lot of stubble burning issues, and that also gives the right environment a lot of threat. So the effect should be made, or impact should be made in order to utilize these sources, whether it is a biomass, it is a paper, it is a plastic, textile, leather, whatever this kind of waste, which can be an asset. Because if you look at the municipal solid waste, the Gazipur landfill is already a huge threat and challenge to us in the Delhi NCR to mitigate that. And if we just look at the future that such kind of landfills should not come, we need to look at the solution for these kind of problems since from beginning, that is the zero date. So if you look at the municipal solid waste, which can contain approximately 55% of the biodegradable compounds, these biodegradable compounds can be converted to variety of the fuels and chemicals and can be recycled. So this is a concept of circular economy. So instead of going through a linear economy concept, we have to look at the concept of circular economy, where already a lot of efforts are being done in order to prepare a kind of database, make the society aware and how to utilize and how to minimize. So reuse is the most important thing when we talk about the plastic waste. Reuse is very important when you talk about the electronic materials. So every 6 months we try to replace our mobiles, but if it can be refurbished, if it can be reused again and again, I think that should be the target, and that is where everybody is looking for. The biomass, because when you talk about the concept of stubble burning, there are plenty of biomass. So actually, if you look at food versus fodder, right, even then there is around 200 billion tons of the biomass which is available in the country itself. So huge amount of this biomass, by understanding the chemistry, by understanding the catalysis, you can convert it to green fuel. So now people are talking about the, right, instead of the fuels like crude oil derived, what you call fossil fuels, if these can be the biomass derived, that could be a concept of biorefinery. So now it's a concept where the part of this biomass can be used along with the fossil derived fuel. Then also this is very useful to the society. And you must have heard about biodegradable polymers, green chemicals, or all these kind of pharmaceutical products, or all kind of, right, the cosmetics, which can be derived from these kind of platform chemicals. I'm not going in chemistry, I'm not going in catalysis of these, but there are the approaches by which these can be converted. Another important mission where the sustainable development goals, right, can be fulfilled is that how the green hydrogen, how the clean hydrogen can be produced. Instead of this, when you talk about the carbon, because any fossil derived fuel will have the carbon. So when you look at the mass balance and you look at the hydrogen, then the carbon dioxide should be captured simultaneously. Most of the time, right, these technologies are presently in terms of the steam reformer of methane, right, which gives the carbon dioxide, and that carbon dioxide should be captured effectively. So now there is a trade-off between the cost of carbon dioxide capture versus cost of hydrogen production. So we are targeting to produce hydrogen at a rate of 120 rupees per kg to make it more and more economical. Simultaneously, the carbon dioxide which is being emitted should be captured, and then we are converting CO2 into, again, fuels and chemicals. So CO2 can be converted to methanol, dimethyl ether, and those kind of chemicals. And also this is the right raw material for the fertilizer industry, which you can see here, steel industry, cement industry. So there are a couple of approaches by which this CO2 emission, because the emission can be reduced only when there is a kind of revenue or when it can be used. So this nuclear energy, when you talk about the green hydrogen, right, this will be the future. But presently, these are a little bit costlier because the cost of hydrogen production is very important when we talk in terms of the dollars. So approximately, right, we are talking a target of $2.5 to $3, and that should be with carbon dioxide capture. So this, when you talk about all these kind of sustainable development goals, or where you need a green energy, then you need to look at the decarbonization of the fossil energy. And this is a huge challenge, that how much carbon dioxide will appear and how these can be captured and utilized. So CO2 can be decomposed also. You can look at the carbon from this, and that carbon can be used for the graphitic product. Lot of, right, battery requires a carbon. So this is where we need to find out what is the application or multiple application of these carbon dioxide, and this can be used either as a fertilizer, a biofertilizer. You can have the carbon dioxide absorbed in water and can be used for irrigation purpose. So there are a couple of methods by which this can be done. and R&D is required, and then followed by the commercialization. This is what I was talking again and again, right? Huge amount of biomass is available, and it can be a kind of, right, the biogas. A lot of things are being done at the domestic level, the kitchen waste, right? That is where we need to make the society trained first in the collection and segregation of these kind of waste. Because most of the time, you must have observed that at the domestic level, we use only one dustbin, and where we add all kind of waste in that. But when you look at the societal, right, importance or awareness, we should use two different kind of waste. One is the for wet waste collection, and another is the dry waste collection. And for battery waste, because battery waste, electronic waste will not come on a daily basis, it will come on a monthly or bi-monthly basis, and there should be a separate collection device for these kind of waste. So that is the first and foremost solution for utilization of this, right? And this is not difficult also, and this can be a kind of concept of circular economy and also the revenue generation. So that is where we are just preparing a questionnaires also, which will be circulated to different organizations, and how to motivate the people to utilize this kind of, right, the biomass for different amount. So presently this biomass or, right, renewable energy, when you talk about, right, the biomass can contribute a large amount of this. So life cycle assessments is very important when you look at the composition of the biomass and how this biomass can be converted into useful chemicals compared to other sources like hydrothermal, geothermal, solar, wind, other, and that is where you need to look at the renewable energy sources, which can be utilized efficiently compared to the fossil derived like oil, coal, and gas. So gradually these are to be phased down, not phased out. So lignocellulosic biomass is coming up in a huge way. There are a lot of, right, specialty chemicals, petrochemicals, which can be produced from these kind of lignin. You see the pulp and paper also a lot of lignin, and biomass contains the lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose. So these are depending upon the chemical compositions. Hemicellulose and cellulose together can be easily degradable or can be converted to the useful chemicals by using the catalysis. Lignin is something where people say that you cannot, right, generate the revenue from lignin, but now that myth has been changed, and lignin can be converted to platform chemicals, lot of phenolic compounds, what you see here, lot of pharmaceutical applications are being looked into, and lignin can be a concept of conversion to benzene, toluene, and xylene, which is the raw material for the petrochemical industry. So all these products which you see here are a kind of specialty chemicals, fine chemicals, and called green chemicals, and which are derived from these kind of, right, sugar derivatives, right? And this is where the concept of biorefinery is coming in picture, and these are the, right, green chemicals. So why biomass is promising nowadays? Because I told you there are different, right, kind of biomass available, and these are versatile materials, right? They can be used to produce the renewable fuels. They can be biomass gasified. You can convert it to power instead of coal, and, right, you can have the variety of the products, what you see, biodegradable polymers, plastics, all these things. And there is an economy in this, right? You see here that when we talk about the biomass can substitute, right, 50 billion gallons of this kind of biofuels can be produced, right? It can be used for production of diverse chemicals, and there is again a 50 billion pounds of this, right, product can be made. So what I'm saying that when this kind of, right, societal awareness or this kind of technologies are developed, then this can be give a job also to 285,000, right? That's the number which have been taken right from the website. And this is the value for the waste. That is where we have to convert the waste to wealth, waste to energy, and that is very important concept of sustainable development. But how to take it to a, right, promising areas, right? You need to make the, right, those kind of collection center, then at block levels, and at the central point where these all kind of materials can be converted to different kind of chemicals or the products which can be used. You see that, right, the kind of employment in the renewable energy sector, because that is the concept which we are talking now, right, sustainable development. So you see that, right, the 2017 versus 2050, which is the predicted one in terms of the energy transition, right? So different kind of energies, when you say, right, the tidal energy, geothermal energy, wind energy, hydro, solar, and bioenergy. So this is what the green one, which you see, the percentage increase, right? Solar and bio both are going simultaneously. So solar energy, of course, right, is the cleanest form of energy, green form of energy. So now you need to do, right, how much energy, because we talk about the solar panels, right? But life cycle assessment is very important for solar panels also, because all these electronic parts of the solar panel has certain life, right? And after that, where to dispose, how to dispose, or can it be recycled, right? That's again a challenge with the solar panels or solar energy based system. Same thing with the biomass also, we need to find out, right, the entire life cycle assessment, how much energy is being used to convert this biomass to value added chemicals. So that is also important when you talk about the sustainable development. So all these are very important in terms of the sustainable development or sustainable, right, technology for the future. So you have different kind of biomass which are available, right? And which can be whatever the challenges which you see, that when the burning the fossil fuels emits the carbon dioxide, biomass also have the carbon. So this will also give you the carbon dioxide. But when we see the life cycle assessment, because first generation to fourth generation of these biomass materials like microalgae, so they capture the carbon dioxide at a much faster rate, and their growth time is very important. So in between 3 months, right, 1 month to 3 months, you can cultivate large amount of these kind of energy fuels, right, which can have the right impact on the society. At the same time, these kind of waste, right, these are food, and then corn, cob, and all these things, right, these can also be a source for the biomass energy and can be utilized. Like you see the wheat straw, rice straw, sugarcane bagasse, cotton stalks, all these can be converted into value added chemicals, and that is where the need, right, of the future. So you see the publications wise also how this, right, the impact on biomass research is increasing, whether it is sciencedirect.com, Scopus, or Web of Science, all these platform chemicals, but you see hydroxymethyl furfural, levanoic acid, these all are the fuel additives, right? These are called green fuels. So depending upon the amount, this can be blended with the existing diesel or petrol, or these can directly be used, right? And they have very good properties in terms of the, right, reduction in the emission and fuel lubricity. So all these are very important, and that's why you see the number of papers which have, right, publications which have come in this area, and where one needs to understand that, right, C5 low calorie sugars, which are generally made from this, right, fructose component, xylose to xylitols, and furfural alcohols, all these are petrochemical products which can be derived from this biomass based, right, raw material. So we do a lot of research at low temperature versus high temperature. These things are to be understood, that how thermochemically, how biochemically, right, bioethanol, all of you know, right? So how much energy will be consumed in these processes, right? That's very important. And how much biomass can be utilized, right? 170 billion tons when we talk about the, right, the biomass which is available, right? And that can be used. But if you see the RNA is only 6 gigaton is being used out of this. And that is where we need to understand the technology at an, right, optimal, right, cost. So that's very important. So one can have the high temperature. So outside circle is a high temperature process where the biomass can be converted to power, biochar, solid fuels, right, combustible gases, bio-oil. And the inner circle is something where, which is more important to be focused, where these are the specialty chemicals or platform chemicals, and lot of catalysis is required, right? And these are low temperature product formation process. So if you look at the methodology, there are a lot of methodology available. I'm not going in depth of this, but I am just giving a right light on this so that these can be used for the future, right? There are, because you need to segregate, right, lignin from the cellulose and hemicellulose. So there are acid treatment, alkali treatment, enzymatic routes. So a lot of bioethanol treatment plants, right? 200 to 500 tons per day of these bioethanol plants are also there. There are a couple of advantages and disadvantages. So this is a low temperature process, but the kinetics is very slow, right? There is a bonding and cost and sludge which generates. All these things are to be. So a lot of challenges are still there. If you look at the current methodologies for the pre-treatment of these kind of cellulosic biomass, but R&D is underway. There are a lot of technology already developed, and this is where the biomass can be pre-treated, and the lignin, cellulose, hemicellulose can be separated, and this can be used for the product. Another important what we are doing also, we develop this kind of pyrolyzer at our lab, right? So this kind of bagasse, or right, you have a torrefied biomass, you can just heat it to around 200 degrees centigrade, and you can convert it into biocarbon type, right? It is not a carbon, but what we call torrefied biomass. So volatiles are removed, and then you can pelletize it. And this pelletized, so this is the what we had a German partner and we worked together. And this is a kind of a pyrolyzer unit where you can put this, right? And you can have the hydrogen also if you have a reforming here. So this is where you can convert, right, all this kind of biomass pellet into energy or into hydrogen or this kind of liquid fuels, right? You see here, there is a gas product, there is an oil, and there is a aqueous phase which contains a lot of phenolic compounds, and these can be recovered. So the kind, and also you have a char. So this char can be used as a fertilizer also, and this can be used for the several, the battery required a lot of char. This can be used for wastewater treatment, and this can be mixed with glycerol, and then you can use it as a fuel also for rural application. So those are the areas by which this biomass can be converted by high temperature or low temperature. And this is a kind of closed or cycle or circular economy where nothing goes to the environment. So that's very important. And the carbon dioxide, that is a life cycle assessment, that biomass plant again takes this carbon dioxide, and then there is a zero carbon dioxide or negligible carbon dioxide emission to the environment. So this is where the different methodology I discussed this. I am just, this is what, right? So I think this is, oh, sorry, I'm going in the reverse direction. So this is what I was talking, the product carbon, right? This is also very important, like because presently the carbon is produced from the fossil derived, like bitumens, atmospheric gas, oil. But biomass carbon can be used for these varieties of applications, that is, right, tires, printing inks, high performance coating. So slight modification in the the structure of this biomass, which is the stubble burning problem, can be converted into biochar, and these biochar has a lot of applications in terms of this. So you see the carbon nanotube, right? The carbon nanotube cost can be between $0.1 and $600 per gram. It depends on how this carbon has been produced or how this has been treated. So this is a very good source of revenue for multiple application, and this biomass to biochar can be used for this purpose. So we developed this kind of unit, right, which is already at our micro model here, that is 50 kg per day of this biomass, right, with pyrolyzers, and we generate the hydrogen from this biomass to hydrogen, biomass to syngas, and that is what we work on, the different kind of aspects. So these are a couple of products, right, which we get at the lab scale and looking the collaboration with different industries for, right, commercialization of these process. So I was talking about high temperature, then low temperature is also important when you talk about the closed carbon cycle, right? So with this, you can have the series of the concept of biorefinery. So a lot of refineries are now coming forward where the fossil fuel and the biomass can be mixed together. Either it can be a biocrude, you pyrolyze the biomass and convert to biocrude and mix it with the crude oil, or you can have a separate biorefinery where you can use the right knowledge of catalysis, and this carbohydrates can be converted to fuels, fuel additives, solvents, polymers, and all these kind of products. So this is where the multi-purpose product from biomass can be produced from this technology. Another approach, when you see, right, we talk in terms of hydrogen products, right? So presently this is gray hydrogen. So gray hydrogen is something when you use the fossil fuels, right, and then you don't capture the carbon dioxide like steam reforming, and carbon dioxide goes to the environment. So if you look at the methane steam reforming, it's produced 13.6 kg of the carbon dioxide per kg of the hydrogen. And this hydrogen is emitted to the environment, which should be avoided. So the new trend is what you call blue hydrogen. So blue hydrogen is something where you capture the carbon dioxide and then produce hydrogen. So that is, now when you capture the carbon dioxide, you have to pay for the cost of carbon dioxide capture. So now you have to find out that how much is the cost and whether the production of hydrogen is economical, because cost will increase in this case. Right. And third thing, which is now already the government of India has made the initiative under the sustainable goal, right, green hydrogen, right? So green hydrogen is something where you have the water and you use this, right, harness the energy of water, split it, and produce hydrogen and oxygen, because hydrogen for the vehicle application, is considered as a green hydrogen, right? Hydrogen a carrier for energy also. So there is no carbon dioxide, only water will be the product when you use this in the engine. But the question is that how much energy is required to split the water, right? So there are a lot of things being done, and then you need to find out that the energy which is being used to split the water should also be a green energy. So then the concept will be there And this is where the advantage. But otherwise, you need to again look at equivalent, that how much carbon dioxide equivalent per kg of hydrogen is consumed. So that is, if you are using those kind of energy like I told crude oil energy, fossil derived energy, then there is no advantage, right? So energy of the nuclear source, solar energy, right? So solar energy hydrogen could be the best one when you use the concept of green hydrogen, and that is the future for the production of hydrogen compared to this. So far it is a blue hydrogen or turquoise hydrogen, which is another word between blue and green, right, where you can capture and use the source of energy, which is itself a green. So that is where the future of green hydrogen. So this is where the sustainable development goal, right? You use the renewable and nuclear power. If you use the nuclear natural gas, then you have to capture it, right? This is a gray hydrogen. If you capture the carbon dioxide, this becomes a blue hydrogen. And there are several words like, when you use the coal and then hydrogen, this is called brown hydrogen. So coal gasification, then water gas shift, and you can have hydrogen. And electricity, which is right a green hydrogen concept, right, which can be used in the form of grid by water electrolysis. And that is where the concept of these two, right, renewable nuclear power versus the last one, right, those are the new areas of research, right, from which the hydrogen can be produced from green sources. So hydrogen, right, has a wide future. Everybody is talking about hydrogen. So you need to find out the ways by the carbon can be captured, right? And that is the concept of sustainable and green environment, right? So blue hydrogen is a kind of transition energy, right, which is the carbon dioxide is to be captured. Turquoise hydrogen is again a concept, right, between blue and the green hydrogen, where you use the source of energy, which is itself a green energy. So green hydrogen from renewable source, right, is a near zero carbon. So presently, this is where the things are being adopted, the turquoise and this, right, hydrogen. And finally, of course, the green hydrogen is water splitting, and that is where the effects are. So there are a couple of R&D which are being done by which natural gas can be converted into hydrogen by steam methane reforming. Then you can have the carbon dioxide capture, use different kind of adsorbent, right, and then you can use it for the societal application. That is a kind of hydrogen which is a gray to green hydrogen, gray to blue hydrogen, not the green. So we are working on different aspects of this, right? How the carbon dioxide can be captured, because this is very important for the sustainable development goal, that the carbon dioxide should be mitigated or should be utilized. So I'm not going in depth, but the cost is also very important. At what cost hydrogen is being produced? So that is depends on the cost of natural gas which is available, or biogas can be used for this purpose, right? So kitchen waste can be converted to biogas, and then biogas can be reformed, and that is also a kind of hydrogen which can be produced, is a type of green hydrogen. So there are a lot of things you see here, that how much carbon dioxide is emitted, right? That is released in each year, 6 ton versus 1.5 ton, right? That is where you need to find out which method is to be adopted and how this can be done. So there are a lot of chemical engineering involved, which I'm not going in depth. But the important thing what I want to say here is that how the carbon dioxide can be captured and to make the entire process green, and the concept of what you call green chemistry and catalysis, that is to be used for all these process developments. So we do a lot of work on biomass to hydrogen and municipal solid waste to hydrogen. So that is a kind of work where the biomass, you have the gasifier. So Thermex is our partner. So we are working on coal and biomass to methanol, and by oxyglone, right, you can convert it into syngas, CO2, CO and hydrogen, and then you separate the gas, and then tar is there. So tar can be reformed, and then you have the kind of treatment for removal of this acids and alkalis, right? And finally, you do the water gas shift reaction and methane reforming, and you can have the hydrogen, right, for this. So biomass can be converted to hydrogen. So we are looking for 100 kg per day of hydrogen plant in our IIT campus at Sonipat based on this, because this will solve the stubble burning problem in Punjab and Haryana, because 3 lakh, around 3 lakh tons of this biomass comes, right, every year from these kind of, right, agricultural residues. So this should be a solution for this kind of. So 1 kg of hydrogen roughly requires 20 kg of the biomass, and that is where we are working for design of this kind of unit. So this is where the talk about the CO2 capture. So a lot of things are being done at R&D level. So how to capture this CO2? There are a lot of methods, right? Adsorption, absorption, membranes, mineralization, hydrates, enzymes. So several methods by which CO2 can be captured, and it can be used for variety of the applications. So hydrogenation of CO2 is one of the ways by which it can be converted to methanol, ethanol, or dimethyl ether. But that is where one needs to find out, right, the optimal economy, how CO2 can be stored and used. So people say ocean, CO2, geological, biosphere, mineralization. These are also the ways by which the CO2 can be stored under the right oil reserves. So turquoise hydrogen, we are working on this from biomethane, that is biogas you see here, right? All these crops, animal manure, food waste. So nothing should go to the right, nothing is waste now. And if you have this kind of treatment, a biogas plant, right, which are already available in rural areas. So this is 20 normal meter cube per day of this biogas, and this biogas can be reformed and you can have hydrogen, and this hethane is a methane plus hydrogen, which can also be used for vehicular application. So a lot of, the hydrogen based vehicles or hethane based buses, IOCL has already developed this methane plus hydrogen, which can be used for running the buses, right? And a couple of buses are already in Delhi NCR on trial basis based on this. So that is where you can have this, all this agricultural residue can be converted to hydrogen, and that can be used for vehicular application. So this is where we are talking renewable hydrogen, right? For steel industry, we are tying up with the Tata Steel, and how this can be used, right? The CO2 capture and then use it for the right CO2 hydrogenation and then methanol. So you can have the methanol, which can be used for vehicular application. So CO2 absorption, we are developing these kind of materials which can be used for capture of the carbon dioxide and then reuse it in the process. So this is a kind of closed loop process, right? Where the entire cycle, what you see, carbon capture, utilization and storage for hydrogen production. So that is where the different kind of raw materials, whether it is coal, biomass, or different agricultural residues can be used for this purpose. So this is another approach, right? I told you that this biomass can be used for biochar. So instead of using this thing, you convert it into biochar, and biochar can be mixed with the soil, right? And this is a very good fertilizer, in fact. And that is the reason the farmers generally burn it, because the transportation is a big issue, right? So they don't want to transport it. So, but if this can be revenue generation, that somebody, an NGO should collect that residue, burn it, and then give them back as a fertilizer, then this is, you see the growth, right? With this type of carbon material, the plant growth is increased significantly. So that's the kind of work which is being done by our under solid waste management team. And that is right where the CO2 can be captured accordingly when you talk about this kind of biomass. So biomass can be utilized, and this is where the approaches can be used biomass as a soil fertilizer. So these are a couple of, right, the kitchen waste is converted to biogas plant, right, and biogas enrichment system. This is already at IIT Delhi, and we are using it for hydrogen, right? So that is a compressed biogas which can be used for vehicular application, and couple of trials are at RDAT of this IIT Delhi. So that is where how to utilize this. In IIT Delhi, we utilize this kind of waste, right, with the help of Chintan, which is an NGO who collects all these kind of agricultural waste. So what I'm saying, just I'm not discussing the part of electronic waste, plastic waste, because of paucity of time, but this is how all these kind of waste, right, should be utilized, right, to mitigate the problem of the pollution control, right? Plastic free ocean, there should not be any stubble burning, and the concept of Unnat Bharat, Green India, Smart City, right, Swachh Bharat. And this is the kind of units, right, where the teams have to join hands and come forward, right? Proper management is required to utilize this kind of, right, the waste, right, and make the society aware, right, about the utilization of these kind of waste, and concept of waste to wealth, waste to energy should be promoted. So these are the couple of our funding agencies and my research group, right? I acknowledge them, DST and SCRB for financial support for this kind of work, that's Petrotech Society, right, and all these, right, I acknowledge them, and this is my research group. So I just thank all of them, right, for their support for development through circular economy concept. So thank you very much for your listening. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir. I mean, such an intriguing thing. And so much of work is going on under your, guidance in terms of, conversion of biomass into fuels. But, the basic awareness level of people of segregating it at the household level, I think that is the missing link. and circulation of this information down to the farmers that they are able to support you in the conversion of their stubble. So how are you in touch with the policymakers that they can make something to make it mandatory, where people actually segregate their domestic waste and make it mandatory for the farmers to support your technology initiatives? I hope something of that sort is being done. So if anything you have for the policymakers that is in progress, or do you plan for that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Actually, yeah, this is a big challenge because how to aware the society, right? So far, as I said, that they use the same dustbin, right, for the collection of all kind of dry waste, kitchen waste, battery waste, which is a huge problem actually. What at IIT Delhi, we have already started this activity at IIT Delhi. We have given the 3 different kind of waste. So now there is a penalty, right? If there, so the every day there is waste collector, they go there, right? The Chintan is our NGO, right? Already they contracted with them. So they go there, and if they find that the waste is mixed, they don't collect it. They return it, refuse to take. So that is the concept where refuse to take the waste if it is not in proper order. And definitely, I think this will give a kind of awareness to the society. We have prepared a 200-point question-based database also, which we are circulating to different institutes, and I will be sharing it with you also. So that question, in the question bank, we are asking right things to do and not to do, just to make the society aware. This is a part of solid waste management, what we call the DRIVE project, which is sponsored by Principal Scientific Advisor Office and the Niti Aayog on solid waste management in the Delhi NCR region. So where we are just looking electronic waste, plastic waste, biomass, and all this kind. And the first part is that, right, the how to teach the society that the waste should be collected and segregated in a sequential manner, and this will be a kind of revenue generation for them. So if they collect it properly, if they there are the kind of incentives when we look at the kind of technology which we are able to develop and scale up, then there will be kind of incentive also. Incentive may be in the form of, say, the dustbins, the supply of dustbins after every 6 months, new dustbin, and those kind of things we are promoting at IIT Delhi campus. So things are being underway, but definitely, as I said, the collection and segregation and at an economical price, the things to be done, that is a big challenge for making this, what I said, plastic waste, e-waste, right, segregation, and then preparation of this waste for converting into fuel. That's a big challenge. Otherwise, the cost will be higher, and then overall process will not have any impact to the society.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for this. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a real pleasure and an honor to listen to you. Your presentation has given us some very important insights on means to achieve sustainable development goals in its true sense. Now, I would like to request Dr. Indira Bharadwaj ma'am to virtually felicitate our chief guest for the day, Professor K.K. Pant, through virtual flowers and memento.
Thank you.
Looking forward.
Pleasure to be here. It's my pleasure.
Looking forward to felicitate you someday in person on our campus. So thank you so very much for sparing your time for us today morning. Thank you, sir. It was such a pleasure hearing you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Yes.
Now, moving ahead, I would like to introduce you all to our eminent guest of honor for today. We are privileged to have amongst us Professor Niharika Vora, Vice Chancellor at Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, Professor IIM Ahmedabad, as a guest of honor. Professor Vora is presently the Vice Chancellor for Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. She is a specialist in behavioral science and on leave from IIM Ahmedabad, where she served as a professor in the organizational behavior area for 21 years. She has been involved in the Center for Innovation and Incubation in Entrepreneurship at IIM Ahmedabad and is currently the director of the center. She has extensive experience with the corporate sector as a consultant, coach, mentor, and independent director. She has won the Best Instructor Award and has been the chairperson of IIM Ahmedabad Doctoral Program, editor of Vikalp on the editorial board for several international journals. She has published over 70 peer-reviewed research papers in top-level international and national journals and authored 3 books and developed teaching material that is used in several countries. She has guided 12 PhD students at IIM Ahmedabad and has been an academic advisor in 5 national-level educational institutions. She has also pursued a PhD psychology from University of Manitoba. Ma'am, I would like to request you to kindly address the audience, please.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Indira, for inviting me, and thank you all of you for for being here since morning. In a typical conversation, we would have possibly stood up, taken a break, had a cup of coffee, but this is a different world and a different way of doing many of these things. So I would like to possibly, I'm not a researcher in this area. I would say I'm at best a thinker in this area. I definitely, this planet, the issues that are there are of interest to all of us, and definitely bother me as much as they should possibly bother everybody else. And in that context, I would like to share some of my thoughts about where maybe while we say some of these things, we have not yet been able to make enough progress in actually making a change. So let me just share my screen to take you through my presentation. Can you all see my screen? Can I just get a confirmation that you can see my screen?
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet.
No? Okay. That is interesting. Okay, so let me try doing it again. Share screen. I am going to do this. No, this is not what I want to do.
Now we can see your screen.
No, but this is not the screen I want to show you.
Sure.
Now you can. Now you can. That's true. That's true. Okay. Is this sustainable business models what you're seeing? But then my
no.
No. Okay. Wait a second, please. Okay. Let me try one more time. Now can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let me put it on full screen. And yeah. So I guess we are traditionally, as we can say metaphorically, that we are caught between a rock and a hard place. Most shareholders don't believe they make enough money. Yeah, no matter how much they make, they don't believe they make enough money. No matter what the profit numbers are, shareholders are still wanting more. And the easiest way for any business to give more money to its shareholders is to grow its business. Yeah. Well, however, this growth is not something that only the shareholders want. Every part of the stakeholder of the business actually has competing desires and needs. So while shareholders may very clearly say that they would want a sustainable business, at the end of the day, they want a business that gives them more money. The Zomato, for example, started delivery by using bicycles. They made a big splash about it. You might have read about it. However, if you think about it, if I am a service delivery associate, it takes me more time to deliver. I can do less deliveries and I make less money because I use a bicycle as compared to a motorcycle or a scooty or whatever that might be. The e-bikes, which are more environmentally friendly, are at least 6 to 8 times more expensive than buying a manual bike. And then the question comes, who should bear the cost of this bike? Should it be the service delivery associate or the company? And for the service delivery associate, while I might burn fuel, fossil fuel, it really seems more economical to actually use the motorcycle. Consumers as you can also see, also play their part, right? If you look at the growth of e-commerce, that has also meant there has been a lot of packaging, and currently studies show that packaging is a primary user of virgin materials because of the needed material quality. None of us would like Amazon packet delivered to us with not such good looking packaging material. In Europe, 40% of plastics and 50% of paper that is produced is actually used for packaging, while packaging represents 36% of municipal solid waste. If you ever drive through any of the areas where there is waste that is dumped in the city, more than half of it is going to be plastic. In fact, there is a 2017 study which shows that a Dutch consumer uses about 400 grams of packaging material a day. That's a stunning amount of material that is being used. The economists and the policymakers also play their part in getting us and remaining and having us being caught in the rock and hard place. The most popular analogy in financial reporting and political discourse is that the economy is like a car. Yeah, which means you have to rev up the engine, you have to fuel it, you have to drive it, and so on and so forth.
Professor Bora?
In fact, yeah.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but your slides are not visible.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe you're not sharing the presentation mode.
Yes, I am.
The presentation mode, maybe?
I'm doing it in the presentation mode. Maybe I will use it in this mode.
Just
then
reshare.
Now it is visible. Now.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I will use them in this mode because I do have them, I was doing it, but yeah, makes sense.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
The most popular analogy in financial reporting is that of the economy is like a car. Yeah, consumption is an engine that drives economic growth because it makes up 70% of GDP across nations. Yeah, the economist Keynes' message was very clear to us. If you want to put the economic pedal to the metal, get out there and consume. Yeah, I think it was some years ago, one of our finance ministers, I think it was Mr. Chidambaram, who had also said, please consume more for the economy to grow, right? So in a way, policymakers and economists are also saying, do mindless consumption. However, I think it is time to wake up. The natural environment cannot accommodate more industrial growth. Our natural resources are being extracted and disposed of faster than they can ever be renewed. For millions of years, we have been okay because the self-renewing resources have been consumed at a pace which was shorter or lower than at which they could renew themselves. However, at the pace at which we are consuming right now, that is simply impossible. Nowhere is this more evident than fossil fuels. The more fossil fuels we extract, the more that ends up in our air, water, landfills as carbon emissions or byproducts and waste. The fact that the natural environment is not on the minds of most managers is not entirely surprising, because as management teachers, we also do our parts, because we still teach without having examined from the 1970s doctrine of Milton Friedman that the social responsibility of business is to increase its profits. We might say whatever, but at the end of the day, the whole game is about profits. Growth, therefore, in the traditional sense, is at the heart of business model. But the foundation of this model was actually developed when we didn't comprehend the natural limits to growth. Yeah? And now it's absolutely visible to us. In fact, if you look at the unsustainability of business just for a moment, yeah, and these are not just my numbers, I've taken them from various sources. In 2019, the Amazon's revenue, this is before pandemic, and it has grown 17% in the last during the pandemic was $281 billion US, which is larger than a country like Pakistan's GDP. Amazon's size is mind-blowing, even when one considers the volume of product it moves. That's the rub. The stuff Amazon distributes is quite literally suffocating the planet. The core challenge is the current business model. Companies are incentivized to make and distribute products cheaply and efficiently because it is cheaper and easier to use virgin material than reuse discarded material. In fact, the earth is running out of resources and suffocating on waste. So we have a double-headed problem. We're not only running out of material, but we're also suffocating on waste. In fact, if you see my next figure, which is very interesting, that for 3,300 pounds of raw material that is used, 100 pounds is product and 3,200 pounds is product wasted. Yeah, so in a way we have the most wasteful model that we could actually ever live on. And this, unless we start to think about, talk about, do something about, some of our little actions actually may not at all be meaningful. So the sustainable business model, so I've just kind of laid down the problem for you to look at. The sustainable business models are saying they want to redefine the corporate ecosystem by designing models that create value for all stakeholders, including employees, shareholders, supply chains, civil society, and the planet. There has been a famous study of Porter and Kramer idea where they have talked about the idea of creating shared value, or arguing that businesses can generate economic value by identifying and addressing social problems that intersect with the business. Yeah, but that's too little of it happening in the world. Yeah, and I think the whole idea is that you need to possibly have a continuous dialogue with stakeholders and continuous iteration if you really want to follow a sustainable agenda. In fact, there is somebody called Tima Bansal from Emory who talks about that if you were to take the systemic view of business, and if you really wanted to build a sustainable business model, you would need to have diversity of resources, peoples, and investment. You would need to have not just everything done in time, you need slack resources. You need to be open to ideas that are coming from outside your firm and boundaries. You need to have modularity of function operations, and you need to be matching cycles and rhythms of business and environment, because we all know that every of this actually is cyclical, not a straight line. And somehow we seem to believe that business can actually beat the natural rhythm and actually just do a straight line growth forever and ever and ever, which is impossible. So I think we are great at finding solutions to some of these problems, but I want to argue that some of these solutions are actually not going to be serving the purpose. So the solution that has been come up, and I'm sure you have since morning heard, I heard a little bit of Professor Seth conversation in the morning. He also spoke about the triple bottom line, and where the firms are expected to manage the social, environmental, and financial implications of their actions. In theory, the triple bottom line encourages firms to seek win-wins, where they search for profitable activities that benefit society and the environment. In theory, looks perfect. However, It doesn't work that way because the triple bottom line measures financial, social, and environmental impacts. Managers can take comfort that they are going on the right path for all three of them, but triple bottom line tells managers how to measure, what to measure, but not how to manage the interdependencies between financial, social, and environmental impacts of business. And in fact, I'm sure you all agree with me that this is something that cannot be done as three railway lines that never meet each other forever. Right? Companies today don't need to change their business model. They can produce ever more stuff, grow revenues with one hand while doing some good things for people and society with the other. The activities are seen as independent, not as interdependent. And that is how Amazon might embrace climate targets without ever changing their business model. The triple bottom line doesn't require companies to fundamentally rethink their business. It's a great makeup tool. They're still grounded in a short-term growth mindset, one that is, of course, laying our planet to waste. And so, and of course, I don't want to just do a gloom and doom picture. I think one of the things that some thinkers are talking about are the fact that we need to possibly bring profit or waste bottom line as our three areas of focus. So the triple bottom line has to have the waste as part of that equation. So the point I'm trying to make is that to motivate companies to rethink their business model, they need to synthesize the three bottom lines into a single bottom line that links profit with environment. So one possibility is profits divided by waste generated. So if you are doing $110 of profit and you're doing 3,200 pounds of waste, then you know that you don't have a sustainable business at hand. The ratio of this kind will put profit in the context of waste and the natural environment and not independent from the environment, which is what the triple bottom line does now. The triple bottom line will not only increase if profits are achieved by increasing waste, which is often done in many organizations today, including the big ones and the small ones. In fact, this type of ratio will incentivize executives to rethink their business. They will either try to reduce waste and, better yet, rethink how their waste can be useful byproducts that serve a new market and help foster a circular economy, which again are terms you've heard since morning today. Profits and growths aren't going away. They're part of companies' DNA, but by including waste in the measurement of success, I think we might be able to think a little better. So for example, a sustainable business model will recognize the value in waste. So where resiliency is greater than efficiency, long term gets more importance than short term. Relationships that are built have more importance than transaction, and you would look at profit divided by waste, and that would become the new bottom line for the circular economy. And unless we are able to get people to think in these ways, I think we are just basically postponing the problem, which is very convenient for us because most of us are not going to be here in the planet in the next 10, 20, 30 years. But it is the youth who have to continue to live. The ones who are being born today will have to continue to live on this planet, and a planet which is visibly plundered by our way of thinking about business, right? So I think it's important that we start to think about it. So I think sustainability is about resilience. We have to recast the sustainable business model as resilience. Resilience not only recognizes the importance of profits, but also values longevity and bouncing back from shocks. It shifts the paradigm from business-centric to recognizing that businesses are part of a wider system. A resilient business requires resilient relationships. And unless we are able to build resilient relationships, we will never be able to create sustainable businesses. And that is where I think the importance of circular economy comes up. It is the future of sustainability because it provides ways to keep materials and products in use by repairing, reusing, and also recycling them. Used products don't just become waste as in the traditional linear economy, and it hopefully will benefit society and the environment and create new business opportunities. However, I don't think it can happen if we continue to think of business traditionally, because in reality, every time you start to circulate, you are also adding costs to the business. So using virgin material for packaging is less expensive than reusing the material for packaging, because and it also has its own carbon footprint. So things have to be transferred, things have to go. So it's not an easy answer. And I think unless we start to think circularly and we start to think about not the immediate profit, but the long-term contribution of our actions, we may never be able to justify why we should reuse, recycle, reduce, and so on and so forth. So I'm saying that the R's, and you can have as many R's as you want, right? Rethink, redesign, reuse, repair, remanufacture, recycle, recover, can only be done if we actually start to think of resilient business models and we actually base it on innovation. Yeah, and if I cannot be innovative about my business, I might as well forget about reuse, recycle, circular economy, because then at the end of the day, I'm just like everything else, paying lip service to saying that it is good to be sustainable. Who would in their right mind ever say it's not good to be sustainable, right? I think companies are doing their bit. Some companies are doing more than the others, but for example, Decathlon is a company that I studied a couple of years ago, and I found that some of the ways in which they are thinking about sustainability is more sustainable than than a lot of other companies. So for example, they are saying we will create repairable sports goods. And those repairable sports goods, whether they are bicycles or weight machines or treadmills or whatever it is, they will be repaired within their own workshops. Right? So they are saying we will train people to also repair and not just have this. So they are also saying that, we will not create goods that will only last for 1 year. They're saying we will create goods that have the capacity to last for a long time, because that will mean that my customer will not come back to buy them again. Now that in right mind, that's not in the kind of logic that we live in, where we are saying consume more, don't buy more. That seems almost like suicide, but that's really how we will be able to do more than lip service to circular economy, right? They are also looking at doing the products in such a way that they take less water, they use less chemicals, so whatever is harmful and whatever takes too much energy of the environment, they're saying, can we relook at the design of how we manufacture some of these? Also, if you look at this, very interesting, this has become a rage in Europe. In May 2022, there is going to be a whole exhibition about cargo bicycle, right? Which means basically you use cycles to take cargo. We've done this indigenously across years together. If you look at this amazing bicycle, it has, you can take a lot. You basically do it. You're driving towards with the load in front of you. We have, for years together, people have used the bicycle as a means of transporting goods that you can't even imagine. And of course, there are countries that are saying, okay, let's take all of these cans that we are producing and not throw them into the landfill and see what we can do. These are just really tip of the iceberg examples. All I'm saying is that if we innovate, there is nothing to stop us from actually being able to find solutions. But we have to frame the problem correctly, and we have to then find solutions to that problem in the relevant way. There is some research on circular economy that has been happening, and I want this especially for researchers among us to look at it. There is a group of researchers in Germany who've been working on looking at, okay, what will it take to actually create a circular economy, and what kind of practices does business need to do? And a large number of businesses actually do nothing. Yeah, and therefore, that doesn't help us in research, in actually achieving the economy. But what they're saying is, can you make material? And they have given examples of companies in Germany who have used in-house capabilities to manufacture in such a way, like we used to manufacture 50 years ago, that you could actually use it, repair again. Repairing was not more expensive than buying it, which is what it is today. Or can you create allies? Can you have partners with organization that have circular expertise, because you may not have, somebody else have, and they have looked at it. And of course, they're also saying, can you be compliant in that entire process? Can you only buy from those people who use circular economy in the contractors? And so what they found is that you need to possibly look at all three of them if you really want to do something about being a circular economy. So there is research possibilities in looking at what it takes, what are the costs, what kind of mindsets need to be changed if you really want to have a circular economy. I think we can also learn from some of the behavioral decision making that Kahneman and Tversky talked about. For example, Zomato announces an opt-in versus an opt-out for cutlery, right? We all know that it's very difficult for us to opt out, right? So if there is, by default, I'm going to get cutlery, even if there is a box which says I don't need cutlery, I will not tick it. Like in driving license, when you go to get your driving license, actually there is a box which says that if I die during an accident, please give my body away to a medical, to a hospital for research. And many people don't tick it in. Yeah, while how does it matter where your body goes after you're dead? And yet, if the idea is, if it is an opt-in, that is, if by default you will not get cutlery, and only if you need cutlery you should tick it, then the number of spoons and the number of cutlery that people order has actually gone down as a result of that. So I think it's a smart use of understanding how the human mind works to actually change behavior among people. Dipendra, who's the head of Zomato, says that it takes about 200 to 500 years to actually for that horrible plastic spoon to decompose. Yeah, I don't even like eating with a plastic spoon, but even in my home, there may be like at least 30 plastic spoons, which I've just collected, which will take 200 to 500 years to decompose. Yeah, and they are saying that this one small change in the Zomato app will save 5,000 kilos of plastic in one day. So small changes can actually make huge differences. And also it will actually save the restaurant owner almost 0.5 to 1% of order value, because they don't have to supply cutlery. right? So again, I'm saying we should use whatever is available for us that are helpful in looking at this. So I want all of us in our classrooms to actually start to look at the fundamental illogic to the notion that an economy can be grown by encouraging consumption. When a person consumes, by definition, they use things up. The very process leaves us with less than before. Growing the availability of valuable goods and services for society by using them up is not just an impossibility, it's an absurdity. Consumption is the goal, but it is the production that is the means. Yeah, and can we stop only focusing on the goal, but also look at the means, which are more important? And when you produce, you're possibly even a much more wiser consumer, right? It is savings and investment which enable to increase productivity, not greater consumption. Greater specialization and trade are the true energies of economic growth. Increasing consumption is a result of the growth, never the cause of it. So we've almost placed the cart before the horse. If we want sound and sustainable economic growth, each of us has to discover the most valuable ways to serve others and contribute to the supply before we take from it. Yeah, and I think as management scholars, as teachers, as researchers, can we do more research to actually show the value of this rather than simply get and question the Keynesian and the Miltonian economists, because maybe they were right at that time, but now maybe that's not what the time has shown that it hasn't worked. Right? So my whole thing is that, thank you, play your part as a consumer, teacher, researcher, because all you need is less, and there is no planet B, and there's nothing that we can do by reducing, reusing, and recycling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A wonderful presentation. If you allow, may I just open the forum for some questions?
Sure.
Thank you so much. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of them. So anybody who would want to just ask a question may raise up their hand and we will unmute them.
Till we have questions from the audience, ma'am. Especially post-pandemic, we are seeing that, there's a lot of a business recovery problem that Indian organizations specifically are facing. We had, a spree of NPAs just before the pandemic hit us, and the banking system is actually under a lot of stress now. So even with all the impetus given by the government for business organizations, profits versus sustainability, I don't think they are still gelling together. I mean, they are not. So can we really think of a resilient organization, especially in a country where economic revival will really take a lot of time? I mean, given the conditions today?
Well, I think, we can, I will give you an example, which I think just shows us that, yes, it is possible to be resilient. So sure. I was talking to the owner of the Lux Saloon, right? They have 94 saloons across the country. Some 80 of them are in Delhi. He's not a hugely educated person. He's somebody who's just grown through the ranks. And I was asking him, how did you survive through COVID, right? And he said something very interesting. He said, when things got really bad, I sold 2 of my properties and I ensured every one of my employees got their salaries, right? And he said, then as soon as things got back, when we were able to open saloons, I've actually opened 6 more saloons. But at that point of time, I did not have the money to pay my employees, and my only way was to sell off 2 of my saloons, right? Now, so what does it show? That yes, there is a possibility to be sustainable and profitable, but because he framed the question not as how can I have profit despite the slowdown in economy. He said, how can I have profit, or can I reduce my profit at this point of time because there's a slowdown in economy? You get my point? So I think that is why that's my whole point. If we continue to think linearly, that I have to grow despite what is happening in the industry, then I'm actually setting up an impossible, illogical task. But if I'm saying, if I can grow and ebb with the industry, right, with the natural cycle, with the business, with the environment, then I will be there in that entire thing. Yeah, if you've ever seen people who do what is that, wave crashing, yeah, they get into the waves, they never go against the wave, they go with the wave, right? So I think we have a sea surfing, or whatever it's called. So that, I think, is really the whole thing, that if I really want to create a sustainable business, I need to also define how I look at profits, and I look at profits on an everyday basis, is how I think of it.
Superb, ma'am. Such a wonderful insight. I mean, I like that term of yours, grow and ebb with the economy. So,
Yes.
I mean, probably this can be the mantra that can be sent to the business owners, that, I mean, going with the cycle is probably the solution to their immediate problems. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
There's one more question from our student, one of our students.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, my question is that, ma'am, scientists have been warning us since a long time about climate change and to limit emissions and global warming. So, ma'am, and I don't think there has been any decrease in carbon emissions and any improvement. So, and ma'am, my question is that, ma'am, do we have any reason to be hopeful about any positive change, ma'am?
Well, I think we have no other choice than to be optimistic. And to be hopeful. And I think while there is a huge amount of carelessness and recklessness that we see around us, I also see, especially among the youth, a much greater understanding and an embracing of the fact that we don't have enough resources to go around. And I think each one of us, if we can do a little bit of our part, we can actually start to make a difference. While, there is always this whole argument that unless you make a systemic change, you will not be able to make a change. I think, yes, systemic changes can bring faster changes, but individual changes also have their own role, even in the large complex sittings that we are sitting with. Yeah. So I think if you and I change, and people around us start to change, there will be something that will happen. Yet, I also completely agree that unless the policy makers start to wake up and smell the roses, we are possibly caught in this very, very, very toxic kind of an environment, where I don't know whether we'll see, but hopefully, I was listening to Professor Pant's research, which was very interesting, which gives us hope that yes, there is a possibility, and we can only live on hope.
Thank you.
We have one more question from Dr. Swati.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, my question is that if I take the example of personal care industry, there were a lot of brands that moved towards sustainability in terms of their packaging. For example, there were brands like Earth Rhythm and Vilva, which took on to tin packaging or glass packaging. But eventually, even those brands, when they are coming up with new packaging, they are moving towards plastic, probably because one, transporting glass packaging and tin packaging is expensive. Plus, there's chance of breakage, and then they're also not probably considered as travel friendly. So they eventually, in spite of starting with a very positive agenda, they move towards, because of the consumer behavior that you talked about, they move towards plastic eventually. So what can be really done, probably by the policy makers or the brands themselves, to keep up the good path that they had started taking? Thank you.
good question, Swati. I don't have I don't know the answer to this fully, but I personally think that the more we live in these infinite supply chains, yeah, where I'm a Levi's jean apparently has 70 countries. There are 70 countries from where the material is sourced for a one Levi jeans to be actually to be manufactured. The more we live in this kind of a supply chain and a production model, just so that I can sell the jeans for whatever $30 or whatever it might be, and not $50. I think we are companies will be forced to move into the kind of solution, the kind of changes that you're talking about, because at the end of the day I have to remain competitive, I have to remain profitable, and therefore I will do this. But the moment, just imagine if we did use the new triple bottom profit by waste formula, and we said profit will be only if it is in some ways related to waste, or will take into consideration the waste that you generate, I think some of these dilemmas will start to solve. So I think as researchers, as policymakers, we need to get newer measures, because we also know what gets measured gets done. How it gets measured is how it gets done. So I think in a way we again use what we know about human behavior to actually change some of these behaviors. That would be a simple answer to this, and maybe there is a more complex way of thinking about it, which maybe that's the research you need to do and work with.
Wonderful. Now we take this as a last question because we are running short of time. So Vedant, may I just request you to unmute yourself and speak, please?
Sure. Good morning, esteemed speakers, my professors and Dean ma'am. Niharika ma'am, you talked about the dual facing problem of depleting resources as well as mounting waste. You also talked about how the policy level changes has to be done by the policymakers, right? But how do you propose that we do it? I mean, is there any kind of suggestion that we could get to the policymakers as a solution that they can implement? For example, you gave a case study of Amazon, for example. They're making huge amounts of profit, but they're also creating a lot of waste. One thing that I can think of as a solution is that we create a tax slab. Okay, so with tax slab, the more amount of waste we generate, the more the taxation rate do you have. So is there any similar solutions that we can have?
I think what you're suggesting is a good way. And so incentives and disincentives definitely change behavior. And I think the policymakers simply can't mandate things, but if you create the right incentive and disincentive structure, then there is a possibility of changing behavior. And these large corporates are really rogues, no matter whether it is Apple or Facebook or Amazon or all of these, because they really they have understood some of the weaknesses of humans, and they have completely exploited them to make large empires out of them. So if you put them under tax regimes, they will still try to figure out ways to wiggle out of it. But I think you need a much more international coordinated effort to sometimes bring some of these policy changes. I think they have to happen across nations and not just in one or two nations. So you're on the right direction. We just need to think harder and figure out solutions to this. I think as people, we've never put our heads to trying solving some of these problems. Technologically, we've tried to find more, better technology, less polluting technology, and so on and so forth. But we've never thought of how do we really address some of these fundamental issues about human behavior, profit seeking, profit making, defining profit, and so on and so forth. And that's what is important for us to look at. All right, if I've made everyone uncomfortable, I'm really happy, because I think that's exactly what we need to do. We need to be uncomfortable.
Wow. That's very, very sweet of you, ma'am.
Seriously. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your outlook on the sustainable business models which business corporates should adopt, and actually introducing us to a new bottom line for the circular economy. Trust me, we are really fortunate to have you amongst us. Really.
Thank you.
And thank you, ma'am. Now, the next section of the event is the book release. We have launched our conference proceedings in the form of a book. I would request all the dignitaries to please switch on their videos and please join us for a virtual release of the conference proceedings, please. Okay. It gives me immense pleasure to announce that we are launching another book on the theme Leading Sustainable Change, Building Resilient Organizations, published by Foundation for Evidence-Based Development in India, FEDI. The chapters have been authored by faculties of School of Business Studies and were blind reviewed by the following reviewers: Professor Sudhamini Das from IEG Delhi, Professor Surendra Kumar from DSE Delhi, Professor Aarti Chandani, SIMS Pune, and Professor Sharad Gupta from Delhi School of Business. We are indebted to all the reviewers and the authors for their contribution to this book. May I please request all the dignitaries to switch on their videos and please join us for a virtual release of this book. Now, I would like to request Dean, Vivekananda School of Business Studies and Conference Head, Dr. Indira Bharadwaj Ma'am, to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Niharika Vora, through virtual flowers and memento.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I really wish we could honor you and felicitate you on campus, but we really, really want that to happen someday very soon. Thank you so very much for your very kind consent, ma'am, and your sparing your time. We are really, really indebted and obliged. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, and all the best for the conference. The rest
Thank you,
ma'am.
Thank you,
ma'am.
so much. Bye.
Taking the event forward, may I now introduce our conference head, Professor Deepak Khasanchi. Professor Khasanchi is Associate Dean at College of Information Science and Technology, University of Nebraska, Omaha, USA. He is also the Executive Director of the University of Nebraska Center for Management of IT and Director of the Executive Masters of Science in IT degree program. His research interest includes fast response virtual teams, virtual project management, crisis informatics, and B2B assurance services in extended enterprise environments. He has served on a number of NU, UNO College of IS&T and ISQA department committees, including the UNO General Education Committee, Chancellor Search Committee, and the Graduate Council. Dr. Khasanchi is also engaged with a number of universities around the world, including participating on the Executive Council of Bennett University, India, and has a collaborator for research and teaching with the University of Agder, Norway, MCI, Austria, and UIBE, China. He has worked with a number of non-profit organizations and is a member of the advisory boards of the Refugee Empowerment Center of Omaha Collective for Youth, Benson Theater, and the Board of Trustees of Brownwell Talbot Preparatory School. Sir, we are privileged to have you amongst us. May I please request you to address the august audience?
So you would have to unmute. They are not able to. Okay, just a second, sir.
Right, thank you. I wasn't able to unmute, so thank you so much, Parul, for the nice introduction.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to first congratulate Dr. Bharadwaj and Kritika and the staff and all the other faculty on behalf of Birod and myself in hosting an amazing conference. I mean, I'm already excited listening to all the nice, interesting talks in the morning. But I wanted to maybe take my time and briefly talk about something that is important to me, and maybe it touches on some of the things that have been already said. You know, I know that we are living in a very strange time with this pandemic. And, you know, it's quite interesting to think about resilience and sustainability in that context, right? But, you know, our society is progressively moving towards what I would call a socio-technical ecosystem, in which the physical and virtual dimensions of life are intertwined, and where people's interaction is being mediated by machines. So, I mean, we cannot get away from that now, even more so with the pandemic. So earlier today, Dr. Seth, I call him Jag, but Jagdish, you know, he said that he talk on new contours of management. He introduced some of his thoughts about, you know, this interconnected world we live in. And he talked about Industry 4.0, and I was going to kind of ask him this question, but I did not. But I actually wholeheartedly agree with him about everything he said. But I would have gone even further in saying that we are truly actually a phase which I would refer to as Industry 5.0, not 4.0 anymore. We are moving towards an era where people will work alongside robots and smart machines, where there will be kind of a cooperative improvement in productivity. So this is kind of the future, and I refer to this as the Industry 5.0. And you know, here we are talking about robots helping humans work better and faster by using things like IoT and Internet of Things and big data and all these interesting technologies that Dr. Shet referred to, like blockchain and so on. So, but I actually think it's not Industry 5.0 that is as important as the Japanese idea of Society 5.0. And that is, as they refer to, a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that integrates cyberspace and physical space. I think that's a very important idea. I mean, I really think that, you know, we can talk about sustainability and resilience, but the nub of it is really this idea of Society 5.0. How do we change the disparity that exists in society across the globe, not just in India or even in the United States, even in a highly advanced society like the US in terms of economic advancement. I see the discrimination and differences in economic status that impact people's lives. So I think that's the crux of it. I mean, really. And even though I like Clayton Christensen's idea of disruption and the idea that technology has a way of continuously disrupting what we do, whether it's procurement or distribution or manufacturing or logistics or maintenance or commerce, and this is, our industry 5.0, as I mentioned. But we should, I really focus as a group, we have 300 people attending these sessions. I'd say all of us need to think about disrupting the way we interact with each other, the way we take care of each other with empathy and support for all strata of society. I think that's really important. In other words, not only should we explore how technology, how these technology disruptions are transforming the way we think about business and education, as we will see in the papers that are presented in this conference, but we should also see how we can impact societal value. And I think it goes, to me, comes home when you talk about this, because you're talking about a place which was built on the ideals of Vivekananda, and he really talked about the ideal of education being assimilation of noble ideas, right? I mean, this is a direct quote. I personally believe that the transformation we are all talking about through ICT, through technology, can in fact have a truly altruistic effect if executed ethically and fairly, right? So I think that's very important. So the bottom line is that resiliency and sustainability are critical for our planet's future. However, it cannot come at the expense of having a clear understanding of social and ethical challenges that need to be addressed to truly become a society 5.0 that we can be proud of, right? And to do that, there are a few things that I would like you to consider in conclusion, right? One, the digital divide, right? As we move to Industry 5.0 and Society 5.0, the challenge, both ethical and societal, of the digital divide that impacts, the economic gaps that exist in society, right? These need to be addressed either through social policy, private investment, or even basic things like rural internet infrastructure, right? So I think this is the biggest ethical and social challenge, this digital divide. It affects the economic disparity that exists in society. And then, I think this was also mentioned by one of the speakers, unskilled and skilled labor. We will need to rethink as universities, as educational institutions, and also as colleges, how we retool and retrain people to take those jobs in this future society we imagine, right? And so there is a need for upskilling and credentialing for these value-added tasks where people can make a bit more than they do than minimum wage, right? So this upskilling idea, which has come and gone, but it's still very important for this. The third issue is the issue of smart regulations and data protection. I know we have talked about a lot of interesting technological and business model innovations, but I am very concerned, and I know that the Indian government is just starting to develop a data privacy policy. I believe that smart regulations and data protections that include government regulations, but also self-regulation, for our own sanity and privacy is very important, and an important consideration in everything we build and do. And last, I think this is again a point that has been made, but artificial intelligence and machine learning, right, is going to pervade our lives. I mean, we know this. This is happening. It is going to be part of everything we do because of what Zuboff called the surveillance economy. Right? I mean, the fact that there are data is commoditized, and these artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms can allow you to mine that data in a very effective way, in a predictive way. But what I am concerned with, and this is some research I do right now, is how fair are the outcomes from these machine learning technologies, right? So I think it is important that when we think about artificial intelligence and machine learning as solutions for societal or business problems, we should also think about whether the outcomes are equitable for all. Right? And that is very important. Not just the fact that we can build great algorithms that do great things, but really the outcomes need to be equitable. So with those challenges to the delegates, I would hope that you enjoy this very, very interesting and valuable conference. And thanks again to all the local hosts and the organizing committee of faculty and staff who have been, busy trying to get this set up. Thank you again for having me talk.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions? Anyone?
Thank you, Professor Khazanji. It was very interesting listening to you, and thank you so much for being with us as a host of this event and sparing your time and organizing things for us and allowing us to do the conference at this scale. So this is a personal note of thanks to you on behalf of the entire Department of Business Studies at VIPS. And actually, you spoke about Japan, and I was just thinking that, there are countries like Japan who have multiple problems, like Japan has a problem of aging population, etc. So very difficult for countries to prioritize sustainability and, restructuring of things and revising the policies when they are faced with problems like this. India, for example, on the reverse has a demographic dividend, but I don't know how they will talk. The problem is skilling such a huge demography. So any insight on how nations can prioritize, the routine and unique problems vis-a-vis the sustainability, which is a common problem, and restructuring, which is a common thing that probably everybody needs. So,
and I mean, I think that one of the fundamental ways that can be done is really self-sufficiency, right? I mean, I think what India still has a challenge of having enough places for people to go get credentials, right? I mean, if you have a demographic dividend, that's not enough. The government also and the private sector needs to pay attention to developing the talent with skills that will get people high-paying jobs or high-wage jobs, right? And I think that that's a collaborative effort. It's not going to happen just by public sector. It will be a combination of private and public sector efforts. And also the fact that individuals in society have to understand that, just because Mahatma Gandhi said this long time ago, right? But I think self-reliance is also important in as it relates to self-development. So I think I think Dr. Seth also talked about the idea of, individual entrepreneurship, right? Or the self-organization. And I think that's also important. But I think all these factors have to be considered together. I mean, it's not just one or the other. I mean, even in the United States, where I am on, as was mentioned, I am on a couple of nonprofit boards in Omaha, Nebraska, which is in the middle of the country. But you know what? There is a huge economic gap between those people who are educated and those who are high school graduates and go to work because they have no choice, and they work multiple jobs just to make the bare minimum. So this is not a East or West problem. It is a problem of society as a whole. So
yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was really good.
Thank you.
And yeah, thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for some very important insights relating to the challenges of the digital divide and data protection, and introducing us to a novel concept of Society 5.0. I'm sure the participants have benefited from it. Now, may I introduce our conference convener, Dr. Birut Sindhav. Dr. Birut Sindhav is a professor in the field of marketing and entrepreneurship from the College of Business Administration in the University of Nebraska, Omaha, USA. Dr. Sindhav has a PhD from the University of Oklahoma, Norman. Professor Sindhav's teaching interests are principles of marketing, marketing research, doing business in emerging economies, internet marketing, social media marketing, marketing strategy, decision analytics, etc. His research interests are entrepreneurship, sales interface, business-to-business relationships, internet marketing, social media, and green marketing. Sir is a recipient of the 2016 UNO Alumni Outstanding Teaching Award and also the Distinguished Professor Award by the department. His work has been published in the Journal of Retailing, Journal of Marketing Theory and Practice, Journal of Marketing Channels, and other outlets. He's on the editorial review boards of several journals. He's a senior research fellow for the Institute for the Collaboration Science at UNO. May I extend a humble request to Dr. Birut Sindhav to address the audience, please?
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's interesting that both Omaha and Delhi right now are about 15 degrees centigrade, except Omaha is minus 15 degree. And it's cold out there, but I'm very comfortable right now in my home. And I want to, echo the sentiments of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Khazanchi, that, this is an event that is being conducted in a very impressive way. So Dean Bhardwaj, all the esteemed guests, Dr. Kritika, fellow conference attendees, and faculty and students, I want to thank you for giving this opportunity and being patient enough to give me 15 minutes to present my thoughts on something that might be controversial. And I thought that I'm still going to do it because I think it is important. And, we should pay attention to this particular topic. And the topic that I'm going to talk about is, I'm going to share my screen in a moment. Please let me know if you see it. Are you able to see it?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the China size hole in your business curriculum. I didn't want to talk about technology because I knew that there are speakers who will be talking about technology. But at the same time, I wanted to also have some connection with the conference theme. And as I was preparing this, my graduate assistant told me that, sir, the conference theme of reinvent might connect with China, because you see Japan, Germany, United States, they invent, and then China goes and reinvents the same thing. I mean, that's the image of China, right? And that's not the connection that I see. The connection that I see here is the need to look at something that might be controversial, yet it is very critical. What do we think about when we hear the word China? Well, what we hear, what we see is in our mental image is, of course, the Galvan Valley conflict that happened in 2020, and subsequent, boycott Chinese goods, and then the question is, why do we need to talk about China? Why do we need to have China in a business curriculum? I mean, we do have international management, international marketing. Isn't that enough? The first reason I have is more philosophical, that keep your friends close and your enemy closer. If you think China is your enemy, keep them closer. China, the Chinese character is kind of an enigma that is wrapped in a riddle and it's hidden in a puzzle. So if you're interested in China, or if you want to study China, time pass will never be a problem. You're always gonna have, things that you need to work on and figure out, and it will keep you intrigued and things like that. So that's the first philosophical point, that you need to look at your enemy, not bury your head in the sand if you think that, they're enemy. Still, you need to study them. Their economy was like ours not too long ago. China is going to surpass United States in about another 8 years. And it's a once in a 140-year event. And if that is going to be the country that is next to us, then I think, we need to pay a little bit of attention to our neighbor in terms of what's going on in there. Fourth reason is that two unique things that happen unique in human history. Number one, 25 years of double-digit growth. There is no other country that has done that. And the second thing is open markets, but closed political system. There is no other country of similar size who has done so. Even China doesn't know how this goes in a way. If you look at, when they started this, how does it go that your markets are open, but your political system is closed? How does that work? They didn't know that. And they had to figure it out as they were walking. So, but today you open any book of economics and there won't be any, there is a chapter on, intervention of government, but this is not that, this is different. And then to me, a very important point, it has lifted 700 million people out of poverty. I think this is a problem that we might be able to connect with. And just that point might be impetus for us to understand that how did they do it and what can we do to reach to the point where they reach. So let me just quickly, talk about each of the points. The first one is to keep your friends close, your enemy closer. So these are the numbers. The graph that you are seeing is the trade volume between India and China. Starting year 2010, you can see that the red one is the total trade. And you can see that, it kind of goes up and down, and then it kind of goes up. But since the, 2018, so this is, I think, after, the Doklam conflict, and it kind of goes down. And then by this time, in 2020, you will think that it will go down in the year 2021, but it suddenly goes up. And believe it or not, I mean, China is the biggest trade partner for India in the year 2021. It used to be United States. However, for China, we are number 15. And that's also interesting. And you can also see that most of this growth has come because of our import, not because we exported to them. That's a concern because, it does put pressure on our currency, and we need to think about that. So that's number one. Number two is they were like us. I mean, you go back not very far, just 90s, or even if you really want to be, very precise about it, you go to 1978, and I'm putting that year here because that's when China started opening up. And we were equal, and there were some years in 70s where China was poorer than us. And then you can see that, we are still kind of hugging. And then in 1992, something happened, and it just, peeled apart, and it just goes like a rocket. And what happened was, and you won't see this discussed much in the history, which is Southern tour of Deng Xiaoping, who was the supreme leader. He wasn't the chairman of China at that time. He was the supreme leader. And he said two things which was kind of unthinkable at that time. He said, number one, I don't care if the cat is black or white, as long as the cat catches the mouse. You can't say that thing because that's a very capitalist thing to say. You can't say that in communist China, but he said that. And the second thing he said is, and he was talking to his senior leadership. He said, there are some areas in the country that are gonna get richer before some other areas. Get used to it. There is going to be income disparity. Again, communism is about everybody's equal. And he said, no, that's not how it's gonna happen. He was 87 years old. He was fighting against the traditionalists at that time. And that was the key moment, because that's when the Communist Party of China turned and opened up in a way. And that came from this guy, 5 feet 2 inches in stature, but much bigger, much larger impact, not just on China, but the history of the world after that. That's the political will that they had. Number 3, in the year 2030, that's 8 years from now, this is what's going to happen. You can see here, this is projected that China overtakes United States as the largest economy of the world. It is largest economy of the world right now, China, by the purchase power parity, but we're talking about the real dollar. And then, it's probably going to continue that trajectory. And you see here again, intersection, probably because of the demographic factors. But you can see that, we are still lagging behind India, this graph that you see here. And that is something that should make us stop and think about it, because we are actually going to surpass them in population. Number 4 is, this 25 years of the double-digit growth, and that has resulted in the year 2020 of this picture, where China's GDP is 5.43 times our GDP. Once upon a time, they were like us in the lifetime of many of us in the audience. This is a security issue as well, if you think about it. Let's say China spends 2% of their budget on defense. That means India spends 10% of their GDP. That's never going to happen. But even if India spends 10% of their GDP, they are not going to outspend China because of the sheer size of the economy there. So this economic issue becomes, it spills over in the other areas. And number 5, end of the extreme poverty that you see here in the year 2020, Xi Jinping declared, and it was celebrated, in China and outside as well, because, this is an intractable problem for many parts of the world. Poverty is a very hard problem to tackle. So many NGOs are working on that. And China tackled that within one generation. They just made it 0%, the extreme poverty. And that should also be something that kind of, make us look at what happened and try to understand. So what do we do about this? Well, ask ourselves how China did it. It's still a big black box. Is it replicable? We don't know. China is unique. China is different. China has a currency that has Mao's picture on it. Mao hated Gandhiji. Gandhiji believed in non-violence. Mao believed that power comes from the barrel of the gun. Very different personalities who are kind of the founding fathers of two different countries. It's a different, you look at their politics, look at their culture, look at their religious beliefs. They are Asian, but they are different. But at the same time, Chinese Buddhism, their first patriarch, is a guy from Tamil Nadu. Bodhidharma, he was a Tamil prince. He went to China and he's revered there. There are connections, but then they are still different. How does state-sponsored capitalism work? That's what they have. It's not the state intervention. It's the capitalism in a different kind of framework. How does it? Nobody knows that. As I said, I look through the economics book of the colleges and they don't talk about it. And the biggest miracle that we have seen in our lifetime in terms of, how the whole nation has turned and the world geopolitics has changed, that's not being discussed. Understanding the social, cultural, political aspect and how they get intertwined, how that complex system works. I think, we need to understand. We don't need to copy them, but we need to know that what happened there and how does that translate in what way in our case. Cultivating the will, that is, trade associations can do that. Chamber of Commerce should be looking at it, but definitely in our case, the business schools. Maybe a little module. If you can't offer a course, module on China, or there are focus courses, and I'm not talking about generic international management. You can have Hop Studies dimensions. It's not going to capture China. China is different. Case studies, short immersive trips. China sent delegations of its bureaucrats to its out-rival Taiwan, 400 of those, just to learn that how Taiwan was doing it. They sent them to Malaysia and Singapore and South Korea. Just go and learn that, because we need to learn that. That's what China said at that time. And I'm talking about 90s. That's not like, 100 years back. I'm talking about in our lifetime. And something like that needs to happen. I have conducted faculty workshops, suggesting ways, showing ways how this could be done, because I have been doing it for 12 years. And I think this is extremely important for any MBA, any business student who is graduating and not understanding the story of our lifetime, that what's going on there. I think it should be, remedied. And I'm willing to help any way I could. My email is at the beginning of the presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding how this could be done. So that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that interesting presentation. If I may just ask for questions, people and participants can raise their hand. We will unmute you and you can ask your question.
Till we get questions, Professor Sindhav, I think it was an amazing perspective. Till date, we have viewed China from its political angles, but a mix of its political and economic policies, and contrary, actually, the way you projected them. Open markets with closed political systems. Oh my God, such a wonderful insight. And I think, yes, we really can do a lot of work in this area. And it will help the entire world, actually, because they have been able to have a controlled, yes, and yet a phenomenal growth. And they have just grown the way they wanted to. And I think technology-wise, I think China is probably the most advanced. And I think China has also been known for hiring the best minds, helping them get to where they are right now. So very interesting insights, and they've made me started thinking right now that we really can do some good work in this area. So I'm sure School of Business Studies is already with you in this endeavor of yours, and we assure you that we will have some good work coming out of some possible future research that we can do together. So thank you so much for bringing this up. Very interesting, very interesting.
I'll just say, a 30-second true story, that how people just ignore it, or people don't pay attention to those things. President Trump was hosting President Xi Jinping. Now in China, if you write XI, that is Xi. And this was, in Florida, and they were preparing, they were doing rehearsal. And President Trump is saying to his associates and assistant that, so President Xi is going to sit here. President Xi said, no, no, no. His name is not President Xi. His name is President Xi. Okay? It's just amazing that we don't want to take care of, just the simple things about China and just, go with our own beliefs and all that. China has problems. China has mistakes. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what China did, learning from the 4 Asian tigers. And for us to do something like that, I think that will be very beneficial for us in India.
Yes, sir. Sure. Thank you.
We have one more question from Dikshant. You can please unmute yourself.
So, in the graph shown, after 1992, China's GDP got a boom and India's growth was still same. So, is LPG the reason for India's poor growth rate?
I think I would like to see myself here more as raising questions than answering questions. Why that happened? There could be many reasons. I pointed one thing, and that was the political will. I won't go into too much in detail, but here is one example. I take my students to China every year. So I have been there about a dozen times. And we were at the Olympic Village, and we had a guide over there. And the guide told me that, sir, do you know that just 10 years back over here, there was a neighborhood, like there were bungalows and society and modern houses. And one fine day, the Chinese bureaucrats, the officer, they show up there and they tell everyone that this is where we are going to build the bird's nest, the stadium for the Olympics. So there is an alternative place that is decided for you. And that place is here. They just gave them the map, and that's where you're going to go. So everybody's going to move there in next so much of time. That's it. It was done. We have, if you want to put an overbridge and it goes near some celebrity's home and it goes in the code, good luck for 25 years. That thing is not going to happen. In China, at least one thing that happens is if China says in our 5-year plan, this is what we are going to do, it happens. It gives assurance to the foreign companies that no matter what happens, no matter who is in the power 5 years from now, the policy doesn't change. This is just one example of how it is different.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful examples. Wonderful. Really. Very intriguing.
Sir, if you allow, can we take one more question, please?
Sure.
Mr. Weber, you can please unmute yourself.
Good evening, good afternoon, sir. So my question to you is, what is your take on China dumping goods and devaluing their currency? Because I think that's one of the major aspects of the double-digit growth they have seen in past years, them devaluing their currency for booming their manufacturing units and everything.
Right. And that has been a big problem, and is such a big problem that in United States, it's very difficult for the Democratic Party and the Republicans to see eye to eye. They are 180-degree on almost everything, except today, if you talk to either of those two parties, opposing parties in the United States, they agree on China, that yes, President Biden has continued whatever measures, the tariffs and everything, the trade restrictions were put on China. President Biden has continued that. Both parties are behind him in doing this. And one of the reasons is what you just mentioned, that, the currency devaluation or dumping of goods, and dumping of goods is also one way of what I was saying, the state-sponsored capitalism. I mean, the factory owner literally is being said that you export this much and the government pays you this much money in check. Don't worry about, profit or loss. And that's the kind of thing that the world has not seen at that extent and at that scale.
Thank you, sir.
And also, the flip side would be that their infrastructure is quite amazing, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Infrastructure. I mean, think about this. The first railway in India was like in 1853 or something like that. From there to now, whatever we built in however many years, 90% of that China built in last 10 years. India's total railway network, 90% of that China added in their network in last 10 years. Think about that. So it's just a whole different level. They're fast, the high-speed railway that they have. I used to travel from Ahmedabad to Junagadh, where I studied, about equal distance from Shanghai to Nanjing. And the time difference was almost like 1/3, because I traveled in fast train, and this was the train in India that was very slow, and you can just see that what difference it makes. And I don't think that there is any other country that has the kind of network that China has.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful discussion and answering those questions quite comprehensively, really. It has been a very enriching session. Now, moving ahead, may I please request Dr. Indira Bharadwaj ma'am to virtually felicitate Professor Deepak Khazanji through virtual flowers and memento. May I now also request Dr. Kritika Nagdev ma'am to virtually felicitate Dr. Biruj Sindha through virtual flowers and memento. Now, taking the event ahead, it is our pleasure to have with us Mr. Farooq Madan, Director, Marketing and Strategy, South Asia Pacific Region, Career Corporation, as a keynote speaker for the inaugural session. Mr. Farooq Madan has over 2 decades of experience in the HVAC and refrigeration industry, both in India and internationally. In his professional journey, he has been in multiple functions, including sales, business development, product management, global key accounts, and marketing. He is currently the Director of Marketing and Strategy for South Asia Pacific region at Career. His current role encompasses product management, digital marketing, channel management, sales effectiveness, and CSR. His focus has been to provide innovative HVAC solutions to customers while having an appropriate go-to-market strategies. Mr. Madan has been passionate about sustainability and is member of the Indian Green Building Council Core Committee with a collective mission to drive the green building movement in India. He represents his company at the Refrigeration Air Conditioning Manufacturers Association, that is RAMA, where one of the objectives is to promote standards and energy labeling for all product segments in HVAC industry. He is also in the board of directors for Career Technologies India Limited and Toshiba Career Air Conditioning India Limited. May I please request Professor Mr. Farooq Madan to please address the audience.
Thank you, Parul, for that introduction, and good morning and probably good evening to a few of us on the panel. Pleasure to be here as part of this. You have a lot of learned people here, and I really love to talk to students, especially when it comes to the topic of sustainability. So today, I'm just trying to share my screen. I'm going to talk about green buildings. There's a lot being done on green buildings, but there is probably lack of understanding in the wider world on what green buildings can do on the topic of sustainability. So I'm just going to give a few studies and a preview to that. So don't need to talk about my introduction. Parul has already helped me on that. I'm just in addition to that introduction, sustainability is something that I'm very passionate about. I try to call myself a sustainability crusader. In addition to my work, I have a lot of passion for CSR, which I also drive for my company. And all our CSR programs are focused on sustainability. One of them being on outdoor air pollution, which is a graving issue in NCR. And the other is on, Green Your School. That's a contest we hold for schools along with IGBC, the Indian Green Building Congress, to drive in young minds, sustainability and how green buildings can help them. So there are wonderful things happening. Probably in some other forum, it'll be a pleasure to talk about that. Just to start, with my company, probably you would have heard about Carrier and what it does on air conditioning, but we are one of the global leading providers of healthy, safe, sustainable building and cold chain solutions with a world-class, diverse workforce. We create solutions that matter to people and our planet, more importantly. With more than a century of expertise, we drive innovation, inspire confidence while putting customers first, helping protect our planet and empowering our people. So just a quick snapshot of Carrier globally. So we are almost an $18 billion company. This is 2020, 2021 results are not yet public. 3 verticals: HVAC, which is basically heating, ventilation, air conditioning. Refrigeration is essentially commercial refrigeration and transportation. And then we have the other business on fire and security. You can see the mix there, large part coming from air conditioning, and how we are split into different regions and our mix between selling product equipment and services. So we are there across in multiple countries across the world with 56,000 energized employees, 80 plus brands, and a lot of innovation that comes our way through the excellent people that we have in the system. Let me start with sustainability and give a very macro level kind of picture on how we think about sustainability. So we are in a changing world. There are 3 mega trends. One is on population moving to cities. So we are getting into urbanization. That is one mega trend. Second is on digitization. And third is, since this pandemic has struck us, there's a lot of things going on the health side, the health infrastructure, right? So those are the 3 things. Now, when it comes to sustainability, we see 70% of us are living in cities. You have almost 180,000 people moving to urban areas every day, right? Now, when it comes to buildings, let me just minimize this. So the buildings are the largest consumers of energy globally. So the other 2 are transportation and industries, but building has the highest. And within the building, where we come in, HVAC solutions are one of the highest. So 40% energy consumed by buildings globally. Within that 40%, another 40% within that from HVAC. So HVAC consuming almost close to 16% of global energy, right? So that's why sustainability becomes very core to our business and very important. Right? In terms of our ESG goals, I hope everybody understands what ESG, so environment, social and governance goals, ESG stands for. So we have carved out our 2030 ESG goals, and we are very committed to the following. Our goals include transformation from our operation to a carbon neutral, supporting diversity engagement of our global workforce, strategic investments in communities where we live and work. We are aiming to reduce carbon footprint of our customers by 1 gigaton. And 1 gigaton, I mean, just to give you context, is a lot. And probably there are some videos that I'll share later on what does 1 gigaton mean. This will be supported by an investment by the company of over $2 billion over the next 2 years to make this happen. So moving ahead more on green buildings, and because sustainability becomes our core, green building is something that we are very closely associated with for many, many years. We are the founding member of the World Green Building Council and many other green building councils across the world, including the one that you see on the box at the bottom, which is the Indian Green Building Council, where Carrier India is the founding member, and many of us in the leadership team are core committee members of the Indian Green Building Congress. So before we go into some of the things that I wanted to share, just wanted to give one slide on what defines a green building. What is actually a green building? Very basic information which should help all of us. So a green building essentially is one which optimizes energy efficiency. We saw that highest energy consumed in the building is due to air conditioning. Obviously uses less water, conserves our natural resources, uses renewable energy as much as possible. One very famous one is the solar energy. Reduces pollution and waste, enabling reuse, recycling. And the last, which is really coming out very important, also accelerated due to the pandemic, is providing good indoor environment air quality. So when we compare a green building versus a conventional building, what are the differences? So on an external appearance, both would look the same. Don't imagine a green building will look with a lot of greenery or trees around it. No, they actually look the same. In terms of the building usage, either it's an education institute or either it's a commercial office, the usage also remains the same. Nothing changes. But the benefits that green building drive is on lower operating cost, and more importantly, it conserves our natural resources. In fact, the discussion now is moving from a green building to a healthy building. And I'll talk more about that in the second study that I'll share later in this presentation. So the Dodge study, which I'm going to share, few quick results, is a study done with the World Green Building Congress Council, sponsored by Carrier. This is basically trying to understand the key people whom we surveyed. You see out here 1,200 people surveyed globally, which included architects, engineers, contractors, owners, even consultants. All of these people are key to drive the green building movement, right? So when you are constructing a new building, are you thinking of those parameters which will make that building a green building? And there is a rating mechanism by green building councils which give you either a silver, a gold, or a platinum rating, right? So you got to decide that right from the beginning. And so are these people really thinking about them, and are they sensitive about them? What triggers in their mind when they are designing a new building, whether they will go for a green building or not? And do they measure the impact of the green building practices into business operations and some other things, right? So let me go to the few key takeaways out here. So from the study, it definitely seems that the commitment towards green building is definitely increasing. These people are saying that more than 60% of the projects that they are working on are designed with a green building rating system. So that's positive news. They are now also seeing that 42% of clients are demanding greener buildings, and 37% of them believe that the operational cost of a green building will be lower. And obviously, many are driven by environment regulation, which is not in India, but in developed countries, there are regulations which are also driving the green building movement. Takeaway 2. There is the first problem that we kind of mindset that we have, that is there a compelling business case to have a green building? And those mindsets are also to do with initial cost as well as operating costs. So I think here there is a shift now happening where people do think that 66% do believe that there will be lower operating costs, while more importantly, as I said, health and well-being of occupants is also coming in picture, and where 62% believe that a green building will have better health and well-being for their occupants. So this is again pretty positive. Takeaway 3, which is one of the biggest barriers, is 52% still noted that there is a barrier to get into a green building because of higher cost, while the reality is that the cost of a green building versus a non-green building is actually the same, or even sometimes even lower. But people fail to recognize this, so this is more of a perception, and this is what the green building councils across the world are trying to drive, that it does not cost more, and please do consider green buildings as you go and design and construct new buildings. The last takeaway, or probably the fourth one, beyond the business case, people are consciously thinking about energy. Energy costs have been going up, so people are very conscious on energy costs, and when they see solutions on green buildings which can drive energy consumption down, then there is definitely preference. And now, especially on corporates, there's obviously a lot of consciousness about lower greenhouse gas emissions. You see 58% people responding positively to that. And moreover, when customers or the building owners are thinking about it, so they after the construction, what kind of equipment that they use within the building, there is a lot of preference going towards greener products which consume less energy or use less water, for example. The last takeaway, where air conditioning comes in and more accelerated, as I said, because of COVID-19 pandemic, where health and well-being is really thought about on what happens if we have a better indoor air quality system within the building, then definitely has a positive implication on health and well-being of the people who occupy the building, and it encourages more sustainable business practices. So to conclude on this quickly, three things coming out of this. Climate change is the underlying environmental driver for green buildings. That is getting kind of established. The global pandemic has further emphasized the importance of health and well-being and the benefit that comes out of green buildings. And I think the higher first cost, as we talked about, still remains a barrier in many people. And I think that is some work that the green building councils need to do more as we go forward in this green building movement. Okay, now switching gears, I'll talk of something very interesting. And there are studies that Carrier has sponsored now for last 10 years. These studies have been done by the Howard T.C. Chan of School of Public Health in the US. And there are 3 phases to the study that I'll talk about. And these studies are trying to see what is the impact of the green building into the occupants of the building on their cognitive function. So when you and I are working in a building, which is a greener building or a green certified building, how do we perform in terms of our cognitive function, our thinking, our strategy, our work effectiveness, efficiency? How does that change? So very interesting correlation coming out here. So the question is about this 90%. And what I mean by this 90%. So one of the facts is, I don't know if you have realized we spend 90% of our time indoors, right? This is a study done in the US and globally, which is established. And if you all reflect upon yourself, and more so in the pandemic, I think this 90% has even gone up, right? The other interesting fact is that in a building, there are operating costs. So there's a cost of energy, maintenance, water, mortgage, rent. But within a building, let's say it's a commercial office, there is another big cost sitting within that building where people don't correlate, but I'm correlating here, is salaries and benefits of the people working in that building. And if you equate these two costs, 90% is on salary and benefits, while only 10% is on operating cost. So the 90%, as you can see, is extremely important for us to see and address what we can do here. So in this global study, there were 3 studies done. These are multi-year, as I said. The first one was in a lab, in an indoor environment. The second one was actually done in buildings. This was limited to the US. And the third one, which is just concluded, was a global survey with multiple countries and many, many buildings, thousands of buildings that had been studied on this aspect. So the first study, let me go there and what was done and what are the results. This was done in 2015, as I said, in a lab environment in the US, where there were 24 participants studied on their cognitive function. This was on a period of 6 days, which ran over 2 weeks. And the idea was the building that in which it was done, or the lab environment, ensured that the layout and the usage remains the same, but in terms of indoor air quality, all interventions were done to provide good indoor air quality. And let's see the results coming out of the study. So what was seen is that 2 types of buildings were in this test were done, or 2 types of environment. One is green buildings and one is enhanced green buildings. So enhanced green buildings means they have a higher rating, let's say a platinum rating. So only in a green building, the people who worked in a conventional building versus a green building, the cognitive function scores were 61% higher. And in an enhanced building versus a normal building, it was 101% higher. And if you see some of the parameters on which cognitive function was measured, on information usage, strategy, crisis response, and multiple other things, you see those scores going up if people were residing in a greener building. And so those are significant numbers which can improve efficiency of people working in those buildings. The second study done in actual buildings. So this was in 5 cities across the US. 109 participants were studied. They were office buildings. So 6 out of the 10 buildings were actually green certified buildings. The 4 were not, to see the difference between a green building and a conventional building. And the results are that 26% higher cognitive function scores were seen in green buildings versus a high performing building. So it's a high performing building, but not a green certified building. But comparing even those 2, there is a 26% difference in cognitive function. And moreover, other than cognitive function, the people did report out that they could sleep better while they spend more time on green buildings, and reported fewer health symptoms as well. The study 3, which is global. So this was done in 6 countries, as you can see on the right. There were over 25,000 buildings studied out here, covering almost 3.6 billion square feet of space. And this kind of represents almost 82% of the global lead commercial building footprint. So it's a very wide study that was conducted. Just to give you highlights of the results, I'm just going to focus on the results that came out in India for the benefit of the audience out here. There are results for all the other countries. So if you see the impact and you see the figure at the bottom there, 954 million saved from 2000 to 2016. Out of this money saved because of the green building, only 72 million came because of energy cost. The 882 million came because of combined health and climate benefits that a green building gave to the occupants, right? So the equation is humongous, and it clearly establishes what I told earlier, that the benefit of a green building is definitely there on operational cost, but it can have multiplying effect on the operational efficiency of the people who reside or work in those buildings. And just to give another equation, so for every $1 saved on energy in buildings in India, we can save another $12 on health and climate benefits. So the total benefit is actually the energy saving plus the health and climate cost savings benefit given by green building. So that actually captures the real benefit of a green building. So that's almost it from my side. If you are interested to know more about the study, we have a dedicated website called the cogfxstudy.com. You can visit there. It's very user friendly and will give you a lot of graphics, and you can get more information out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So if you allow, may I just open the forum for some questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, there is one in the chat box, so I would just read out how we would relate the effectiveness and necessity of green building of offices in terms of era where we have work from home trending these days.
Yeah, so I talked about healthy buildings and probably gave examples of commercial buildings, but I think we can do a lot at our homes, and we have a theme on healthy homes as well, right? And it's important for us to ensure at our homes that there are very few simple things that you can do at your homes to convert them into healthier homes. And especially when we stay in NCR, the outdoor air quality is pretty bad, especially in this time of the year. So definitely recommend a few things here. So one is probably we have a misnomer on ventilation. It is important, even when outdoor pollution is high, to ventilate your homes for a certain period of time, not throughout the day. I know it's cold, but it's important to ventilate, because if you don't ventilate your house, your air quality indoors might even get worse than the air quality outside. So it's important to ventilate. Very simple thing to do. Please do that. Second is, I think I would recommend definitely to use air purification system, either use air purifiers or use air conditioners which have air purification capabilities. And these are very important to maintain a lower level of PM 2.5 levels, because that can really, in a slow but a very significant way, harm your health. And it does impact, as the study shows clearly, and you would probably relate to it, on your cognitive function. So better indoor environment you have, you are able to think better, you are able to do better, you are more efficient.
Thank you so much, sir. There's one more question by Mr. Dikshant.
Sure.
So as we are seeing a new trend for domestic purposes, VRF technology is being used. So does it make any difference in the environment?
Yeah, so VRF is, it's although it's 20 years old, but it's relatively a newer technology to the other systems. I think one of the most biggest way of VRF helps versus other air conditioning systems is on energy costs. They are much more efficient than other conventional systems, but it also depends on the application. It cannot be that in all applications VRF is better. So it depends on the application. You have to design it for a particular application. And I think the other thing VRF helps is on flexibility and usability. So let's say if you have in an office environment, where few of the people are working after 6 p.m. and they are only occupying 20% of the building. A VRF gives you that flexibility to only operate air conditioning in that part of the building and not on the rest 80%, while if you have a chiller, then the entire building air conditioning system is running. So at the end of the day, which also translates into energy benefits also.
Thank you, sir.
Till we have more questions, I'll just take the opportunity to ask Mr. Madan. What about the cost of construction of these buildings, which are, so to say, green buildings or energy efficient buildings? And is it, okay, we save on a lot of costs, but then that is the social cost and there is a construction cost. So which is, have we done anything which is like a cost benefit analysis in this?
Yeah, so I did mention that, and I'll kind of expand that further. So there is a very big misnomer that when you construct a new building, a green building would cost you more. No, it does not cost you more. Even if it will cost more, if you're really going for a, let's say, a platinum rating, doing all super duper things, we are talking max 5%, not more than that. So first of all, there's a misnomer, a mindset that a green building costs more. No, it does not. Second, the advantages after you have a green building operating, there are significant cost benefits on your operating costs, on energy, on water, on everything. So there are studies, numbers, which really prove that. And I urge you to even go to the Indian Green Building Council website to see those astonishing figures. So there are significant advantages of a green building, significant commercial advantages. What additionally the Green Building Council is trying to work with state bodies is trying to see that if you have a green certified building, then some of the states have already bought into this concept and rolled out new policies where a higher FAR is allowed if you have a greener building. So which means, FAR in just in a layman's term, you can construct more than the permissible limit if you have a green building, allowing you to again, get more commercial benefit out of that. So we are, as part of the Indian Green Building Council, doing everything possible in terms of education to remove these misnomers and really talk about the real benefits, both commercial and social benefits of green buildings.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we have one more question. We will take this up as a last question. Yes, please. You can unmute yourself, Destin.
If you have more, I don't mind.
Okay, that's very generous of you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Green buildings seem great, right? And they have a lot of benefits. So, but also, why aren't all buildings built to be green then, sir? And so, is there any example of a green building in NCR, Delhi?
There are many. Again, you go to Green Building Council website and you can find so many who are in fact platinum rated. So there are many who are gold, silver, but platinum. And this rating system, before I get to your question, is not limited to buildings in the Indian Green Building Council. It goes to the level of, there is a rating system for schools, there is a rating system for education buildings, there is a rating system even for villages, imagine. So there's a rating system for anything, a living environment that you can think about. So it's very wide. Again, to kind of come back to your question on why not all buildings are green, is something I try to answer to Dr. Indira is, there's this misnomer that a green building will cost you more. So I think, that is somewhere where we need to get over with these key people, the building owners, the architects, the consultants, the contractors. Everybody has this misnomer. We have people walking in a very, I'll just give you an example, a very experienced architect walking to our office because we have good relationship with him. And it was the first time that his client asked him to do a green building and he had no knowledge about it, right? So he came to us to kind of get a insight into this. And, that is where we stand. There is lack of awareness in this community about this. So, I think, but it's growing. And part of that DOSH study was to really see on how many people do understand the benefits and different aspects of green building. So it's more about education, I think. And I'm sure the way the green building movement is picking up in India, we have reached 1 billion square feet of building area, which is green certified now in India, starting from just 10,000 square feet, probably 10, 15 years back. So it's amazing pace that has picked up, and I'm sure as we go forward, this will only multiply.
Thank you so much, sir. I would really say that listening to your presentation has actually broadened our horizon and our awareness about the kind of impact green buildings can have, both likewise, you said, economically and socially. So I guess this is something which is very insightful and very encouraging for the students to listen, because for them, this might be a new concept, and likewise, a question from the students tells us that how keen they would be to even further investigate these kind of studies in years to come. So thank you so much, sir. Now,
Pleasure.
Now, moving ahead, I would like to request Dr. Birut Sindhav to virtually felicitate Mr. Farooq Madan through flowers and memento. Now, taking the event ahead, may I extend a humble request to Dr. Renu Vashisht, conference convener, to forward a vote of thanks to our esteemed guest and all the participants for their presence.
Thank you, Parul ma'am. Honorable Professor Jagdish Seth, Professor K.K. Pant, Professor Niharika Vohra, Professor Deepak Khajanchi, Professor Birut Sindhav, Mr. Farooq Madan, respected Dr. S.C. Vas, Chairman VIPS, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the chief guest, Professor K.K. Pantji, guest of honor, Professor Niharika Vohra, Dr. Birut Sindhav, Mr. Farooq Madan, Dr. Deepak Khajanchi, and all presenters for gracing us with your invaluable inputs. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Professor Jagdish Seth for giving an excellent coverage on transformation from industry 2.0 to 3.0, that is ICT A's, and then ICT A's to 4.0, that is knowledge A's. And in addition, Professor Deepak Khajanchi added 5.0, that is social A's with challenges of data protection. I also wish to express my gratitude to Professor K.K. Pant for putting light on identifying the environment problem and finding easy solution to come up with this problem. And we also would like to acknowledge our gratitude to Professor Niharika Vohra for exposing sustainable business model with value of waste of create new business opportunities. Professor Birut Sindhav beautifully defined the growth chart of China, and Mr. Farooq Madan introduced concept of green building with healthy home. Thank you, sir. We are always thankful to Dr. S.C. Vas, Chairman VIPS, for being a guiding force for all of us and giving us the platform wherein we can hold international conferences like these. I would thank Dr. Indra Bhardwaj, Dean VSBS, for being there with us in this entire journey. We are all inspired by your great words, ma'am. Thank you so much for sparing your precious time. Thank you so much. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This was a wonderful closure to the inaugural ceremony. I would again extend gratitude to everyone present here for being so patient, and we would request everybody to join us for the plenary session post a 10 minutes break. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a pleasant day ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Madan. Thank you so much for sparing your time. And thanks to the audience for being patient and participative both. And it was a huge learning for all of us. So thanks to the esteemed guests for being there with us for the event. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Request everyone to fill in the feedback form and then leave. Request everyone to fill in the feedback form and then leave. It would be shortly enclosed in the chat box.
Ridhima ma'am, can we start? Respected Dean, Vivekananda School of Business Studies, Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, Dr. Indra Bhardwaj, our keynote speakers and eminent guests for the occasion, the faculty members, and all the dignitaries and participants of this conference. I, Dr. Sara Ehtisham, express a hearty welcome to you all to the two-day international conference, WINC 2020, on Replenish, Restructure, and Reinvent, Technology-Fueled Transformation for Sustainable Future. Jointly organized by Vivekananda School of Business Studies, Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, and College of Information Science and Technology, University of Nebraska at Omaha, USA. Transformation and sustainable future is a highly contemporary agenda being discussed globally today. One and all, including entrepreneurs, corporates, are of an opinion to come up with innovative ideas towards environment friendliness and sustainability. This also constitutes the very theme of our conference. And to get a better insight towards the same, we have with us renowned guests as keynote speakers. I feel highly privileged to introduce our first keynote speaker, Mr. Nishant Sharma. Mr. Nishant Sharma, Senior Manager at Walmart Global Tech, an engineering department alumnus from North Cap University. Sir has been a senior application designer at IBM Global Services. Mr. Nishant Sharma has been associated with Wipro Technologies as a data architect for more than 5 years and is presently senior manager and a software engineer with Walmart Global Tech. Sir is an experienced engineering professional with a proven track record in the global delivery, onshore and offshore, of large-scale integration projects. Over 17 years of delivery experience in building teams, designing strategies, defining technical roadmaps, architecting complex solutions, and implementing successful projects. Mr. Sharma leads California Consumer Privacy Act engineering efforts at Walmart scale, working across multiple brands and covering 300 plus teams spread across geographies. Mr. Nishant Sharma's specialization includes program delivery, technical architecture and integration, service-oriented architecture, enterprise application integration, cloud migration technology, modernization, and data engineering. Sir is leading the engineering efforts of data privacy laws implementing for Walmart brand. He has worked with hundreds of asset and application teams across Walmart brands to build solutions and platform for customers to exercise their data rights to strengthen Walmart's commitment as the most trusted retailer. Due to time zone difference, we could not have Mr. Nishant Sharma available to speak real time with us today, but we are fortunate enough and privileged to have a recorded version of the same. May I request Dr. Ridhima to kindly take us to Mr. Nishant Sharma's message to the conference, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be speaking in front of this esteemed audience, and I truly appreciate this opportunity to share stage with some of the brilliant minds and academics. I'm sorry that I couldn't make myself available to speak to you all in real time due to time zone difference, but glad that I could record this message for everyone. Let me begin with a brief introduction. I'm working for Fortune 1 organization and the largest retailer in the world, Walmart, in the capacity of Senior Software Engineering Manager. I live in the city of Richmond, in the state of Virginia, in USA, with my wife and 2 boys since 2006. I've been leading engineering implementation of privacy laws, growing up in the multiple states across United States of America, starting January 2020. So far, my team has launched privacy solution for California state customers, which is the largest US state by population, and now gearing up to implement similar solutions for the state of Virginia, due later this year, and state of Ohio, due mid next year. Along with that, we are also getting ready to start implementing privacy laws for the remaining 47 states of US, hopefully in the next few years. Amongst all of this, we are also getting ready to implement privacy laws in international markets where Walmart currently operates, either with the same brand name or associates itself with a local market like Flipkart in India and Massmart in South Africa geographical location. I must congratulate Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies for investing time and effort in an extremely relevant topic to all of our life today, which is how do we continue to transform and prepare ourselves towards ever-changing economy and technology landscape at global, national, and regional levels. Now, technology is offering us new ways of dealing with legacy problems in innovative ways, and it's totally up to us on how we embrace it and apply it to our personal lives, our organizations, and our nation. Are we preparing our workforce to be successful in the new technology world, which demands one to be agile, flexible, innovative, thinking size and scale, and operational efficiencies in everything we deliver to delight our end customers? Now, speaking of technology and applying approach of replenish, restructure, and reinvent, let me take a moment to first speak about domain of privacy and how today's topic is relevant for ever-changing privacy landscape. So let's begin first with understanding what is data privacy. Data privacy generally means the ability of a person to determine for themselves when, how, and to what extent personal information about them is shared with or communicated to others. Now, this personal information can be one's name, location, contact information, or online or real world behavior. Just as someone may wish to exclude people from a private conversation, many online users want to control or prevent certain types of personal data collection. As internet usage has increased over the years, so has the importance of data privacy. Now, websites, applications, social media platforms often need to collect and store personal data about users in order to provide services. However, some applications and platforms may exceed users' expectations for data collection and usage, leaving users with less privacy than they realized. Other apps and platforms may not place adequate safeguards around the data they collect, which can result in a data breach that compromises user privacy. So why is data privacy important? In many jurisdictions, privacy is considered a fundamental human right, and data protection laws exist to guard that right. Data privacy is also important because in order for individuals to be willing to engage online, they have to trust that their personal data will be handled with care. Organizations are using data protection practices to demonstrate to their end customers and users that they can be trusted with their personal data. Now, personal data can be misused in a number of ways. If it is not kept private, or if people don't have the ability to control how their information is used. Criminals can use personal data to defraud or harass users. Entities may sell personal data to advertisers or other outside parties without user consent, which can result in users receiving unwanted marketing or advertising. When a person's activities are tracked and monitored, this may restrict their ability to express themselves freely, especially under repressive governments. For individuals, any of these outcomes can be harmful. For a business, these outcomes can irreparably harm their reputation, as well as resulting in fines, sanctions, and other legal consequences. In addition to the real-world implications of privacy infringements, Many people and countries hold that privacy has intrinsic value, that privacy is a human right fundamental to a free society, like the right to free speech. So what are some of the challenges users face when protecting their online privacy? Let's begin with online tracking. User behavior is regularly tracked online. The websites, apps drop cookies on your machines, which often record a user's activity. And while most countries require websites to alert users of cookie usage, users may not be aware to what degree cookies are recording their activities. Another one could be losing control of your data. With so many online services in common use, individuals may not be aware of how their data is being shared beyond the websites with which they interact online, and they may not have a say over what happens to their data. The next one could be lack of transparency. To use web applications, users often have to provide personal data like their name, email, phone number, or location. Meanwhile, the privacy policies associated with those applications may be dense and difficult to understand. Social media. It is easier than ever to find someone online using social media platforms. And social media posts, for all practical purposes, may reveal more personal information than users realize. In addition, social media platforms often collect more data than users are aware of. The last one is cybercrime. Many attackers try to steal user data in order to commit fraud, compromise secure systems, or sell it on the black market to parties who will use the data for malicious purposes. Some attackers use phishing attacks to try to trick users into revealing personal information. Others attempt to compromise companies' internal systems that contains personal data. So, as you can see, these are some of the problems which did not exist until few years back. And now, not only they are existing, rather prevalent across the globe, putting your, mine, and everybody's data at risk. So what it demands is for us to replenish, restructure, and reinvent in the space of data privacy. When we talk about replenish, the need is to understand privacy landscape and how it may affect us. Replenishing ourselves with that knowledge will guide us towards measures we need to take to tackle challenges. Organizations are hiring privacy experts and legal counsels, both internal as well as external, to stay on top of new privacy needs and keep your data safe and secure. Technology divisions are embedding concepts of privacy by design in the software development lifecycle, which will push organizations to think about privacy during early phases of software development rather than after the fact. When we talk about restructuring, organizations need to go through a massive restructuring exercise and prioritization exercise to implement privacy at scale, which includes cloud adoption at the center of it. Now, the Cloud Center of Excellence, the COEs, needs to be established to drive common best practices, guidelines, and approach for adoption at scale. Migrate existing privacy landscape over to cloud in the phased manner, taking a risk-free approach to safeguard end customers, should be the priority number one for the majority of the large organizations. The last one would be reinvent. With technological advancements and increasing usage of artificial intelligence and machine learning based solutions, the goal should be to reinvent implementation of privacy policies for everybody's peace of mind. So as you can clearly see, sky is the limit for technology to fuel transformation for sustainable privacy implementation at large scale for global customer base. There are several such transformations possible with the technological advancement in the last decade or so, and it's totally up to us on how do we gear ourselves up and make ourselves ready in order to fit into the new technology world. So with that, let me thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you all and wish you all good luck with the rest of the session. Thank you.
getting to learn contemporary aspects related to data privacy and the challenges users face while protecting their online privacy, along with understanding the same with respect to conference theme has been an honor, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Nishant Sharma. It was indeed privileged to hear from you. Now, may I take the privilege to introduce you to our next speaker, Mr. Shaurya Mehrotra, founder and CEO Metwi, also a TEDx speaker. Mr. Shaurya, young and dynamic at the age of 22, founded Metwi in 2018, where he is building India's first social mentorship platform that helps youngsters connect with the relevant network and engage in curated mentorship learning experience using the peer-to-peer learning model. He left multiple job opportunities, including one at an international management consulting firm, to build his startup. Furthermore, Mr. Shaurya has been invited for TEDx and has delivered over 50 talks and workshops on entrepreneurship and marketing in many colleges, including IIT Delhi and IIT Madras. He has also been invited as a guest lecturer on entrepreneurship and startups. Shaurya has also judged multiple national level B plan competitions. Metwi has been covered by YouStory, Yahoo Finance, Daily Hunt, and 30 other media houses and is being backed by Delhi government. Metwi created a buzz in and around Delhi University during the launch of its beta, where they got around 80,000 downloads at 0 CAC over 30 days and were trending on YouTube on Uplay Store and raised funds within months of their launch. Metwi was further adjudged as finalists and ranked 4th in the Times App Search, Bennett Coleman, and was shortlisted for Y Combinator's Startup School 2019. Metwi launched India's first personalized cohort-based mentorship in mid-2020 and became one of India's first curated learning experience providing platform. Metwi launched its products pan-India again in December 2020 to a highly successful launch, trending on both App Store and Play Store, and also raised a round of funding. Metwi recently got incubated at IIM Bangalore as well. It is wonderful to have you with us, Mr. Shaurya Mehrotra. I invite you to please address the conference.
Thank you so much for the kind intro, and really glad to be here. Talking about sustainability and using technology to make the world a better place is something that we at Metwi pay a lot of attention to. So I think this conversation with respect to saving resources in education has been something that has been going on for a very long time now. And it's something that we were kind of forced to do when the pandemic happened. So Metwi as an organization has been highly committed to not only ensure privacy when we were more onto the social networking space, but pivoting to EdTech back in 2020 also made us realize the importance of understanding sustainability and using technology to curb the carbon footprint when it comes to education. So when we talk about offline learning modes for students, or for that matter for youngsters and even professionals who are looking to learn new skills, we are actually talking about carbon footprints that happens at a lot of places, right? The first one being the conveyance of traveling to an offline center. The second one being more on the lines of spending time in the facility and using the infrastructure, right? The third one happens when there is a consumption of resources. The fourth one happens when the entire process actually requires usage of papers, or for that matter, notebooks, or for that matter, ink. And all of these places are actually contributing towards an increased emission of carbon dioxide. So when we talk about online learning in general, which has been happening since the last decade now, we saw a lot of these things being reduced to a lot of drastic levels, right? Carbon dioxide emissions are down by around 90% when you talk about switching to an online mode. And the carbon footprint usage of paper further reduces the carbon footprint by 85% for online modes as compared to the offline modes. Initially, there were a lot of conversations regarding how this technology, which is of course burning a lot of resources on the back end, also contributes towards increasing the carbon footprint. But I believe that that exchange has drastically gone down in the coming days as the technology to run servers, technology to ensure high levels of internet connectivity has become way more efficient in the last few years. The biggest drawback, however, of online learning, which is something that a lot of people consciously agree upon, is the lack of personalized touch. Making a student sit in front of a few set of recorded videos followed by a few set of MCQ questions with the intention of just giving a certification, which may or may not hold any value in the corporate, is not something that is very, very highly motivating even for the candidate himself. This further resulted in the course completion rate for online learning programs dropping to 3%, which was quite spectacular in terms of the failure of online courses, which was considered to be one of the biggest step forwards in the advancement of edtech. And in spite of that, a lot of learners continue to use online learning to improve upon their productivity. But sadly, only 0.3% of these people are able to see a clear benefit in terms of their professional growth or skill development. This kind of made us as an organization think of how we can combine the best of online learning and the personalized touch to ensure that learners are not only able to learn skills, but at the same time are being motivated to learn with other people around them, to have enough social motivation to complete the task that they have taken in their hands, and at the same time get access to best quality live experts and mentors. This made us discover a learning model called cohort-based learning. When I talk about cohort-based learning, it's very similar to online courses, however, with a few very drastic differences. The biggest difference is the presence of mentors live in front of the learner to teach them, to guide them throughout the experience. The second is the presence of a community or a cohort or a group of learners who listen and learn with each other together while sitting in front of the mentor. The third aspect involves practical experiences using technology, where learners don't have to use paper, but rather can use a lot of softwares and gamified products where they can actually practice the skills that they're learning on the ground and get it evaluated live by the mentors themselves, so that they're not only able to understand the places which they are not doing right, but at the same time, they're able to continuously improve and iterate upon their skill development progress. The fourth one, which is something that we at METVI offer, which is extremely different from what's going on outside, is very high levels of personalization. So we ensure that each and every learner who's signing up for any of our products is being taken care of on a personal level and is being treated as a human being rather than being treated as just another sales figure. And we are ensuring that this particular learner is being groomed, is being provided the emotional as well as mental support to successfully complete their upskilling journey. This is something that differentiates us from a lot of other edtech brands as well. Now, talking about cohort-based learning as a step ahead, when it started, and even right now, most of the brands who are offering cohort-based learning experience happens to be very, very expensive. Therefore, making it very, very difficult for majority of the Indian learners to afford this experience. The average price of cohort-based learning in West, and even in India, before METVI stepped in, happened to be somewhere between $800 to $1,000, which is quite expensive for somebody who happens to be in graduating or even pursuing a post graduation to invest for upskilling in general. With upskilling becoming a regular need, it was very important to figure out methods and ways through which youngsters and learners in general, irrespective of their age group, can afford the best experience, which not only helps the environment, but also helps them on a personal level and helps them save a lot of money while they actually upskill and become way more employable than in the past. We were able to figure out a method, also called multi-mentor framework, through which we were able to drastically reduce the cost of cohort-based learning from $800 to $50. Now, of course, the biggest question that pops in the minds of people when they hear us out for the first time is, what is the compromise on the quality? And for us, we have been able to ensure that the quality is not being compromised even after reduction in costs from the backend. We are able to get a better quality results with a net promoter score of 75 across all of our customers so far. Interestingly, we have been supported by mentors from brands like Walmart, Google, Facebook, PepsiCo, Nike, and Goldman Sachs, and 50 more, which are either Fortune 500 brands or unicorn startup founders and CXO level executives based out of India itself. This entire journey had initially started with me and my co-founder struggling to find a one place stop where we could learn, and at the same time we don't have to invest a lot of money. But later on we also realized that it has very positive environmental consequences and can drastically change how people learn and how people grow in their upskilling journey. uh, we are really glad, and we want to talk about cohort based learning as a new method, and we believe that this is going to be one of the biggest steps which is going to change how people learn, as an alternative to online courses as well as offline learning methods. Although it is arguable to say that offline learning methods can be completely avoided at this stage, but I do believe that cohort based learning is a big massive step towards creating a personalized, environmental friendly, and an online method to ensure high levels of upskilling. On that note, I would really want to. I am really glad to be here in the presence of such esteemed veterans from so many top brands, and it was a pleasure to come here and share my thoughts on how sustainable technology can transform and make this world a better place. Thank you so much. That's it from my end.
Thank you so much. A statistical and realistic as well as quantitative understanding of concepts such as carbon footprints would surely make all of us, specifically student participants, pondering upon future contributions towards the environment. Skill development and personalization, along with an overview of cohort-based mentorship, is something we were looking forward to from you, Mr. Shaurya. And it was indeed an overwhelming session from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Moving ahead, I take the privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker for the conference, Mr. Manoj Chugh, President, Group Public Affairs, Mahindra & Mahindra, Director, Mahindra Defense Systems Limited, Patron Member, SOCHM, Member Executive Committee, SARC. Mr. Manoj Chugh currently heads Public Affairs for the Mahindra Group, a diversified conglomerate of 150 firms. He focuses on leveraging the benefits of technology to drive greater societal good and build long-term sustainable businesses. With a career spanning 4 decades in the IT industry, Mr. Manoj Chugh has always been a transformation leader who's taken visionary steps to system integration, high-tech products, and global services. In the first 15 years of Indian homogeneous startup, Mr. Manoj has driven IT systems integration business that has helped India build its largest tech firms. His key roles have included opening up new geographies, building and leading high-performance regions, turning around to pole positions, a challenging high-end server business, and creating new verticals like telecom under his leadership. Many citizen-focused projects of national importance have become operational in the country, such as computerization of immigration and passport services, indirect taxes, and homeland security. These have served as the strong foundation for India's foray into IT and citizen-centric technology that are considered global benchmarks. For the next decade and a half, Mr. Manoj has led satellite communication and networking and information infrastructure in India, South Asia, and Asia Pacific for US-based global tech giants, Scientific Atlanta, Cisco, and EMC. Mr. Manoj has helped build India's first award-winning satellite emergency and disaster management system that utilizes voices, data, and video communications in adverse situations. During COVID pandemic, millions of students and professionals have worked seamlessly from home, thanks to the foundation that Mr. Manoj built 2 decades ago. During Mr. Manoj's tenure, while Scientific Atlanta became one of the top 2 in its industry, Cisco and EMC became number one in their respective areas. All the three, he has grown, renews manifold. We are honored to have you with us, sir. I request you to please grace the event.
First of all, thank you very much for the incredibly generous introduction. I'm sure we could have saved a few minutes because nobody is really keen to understand what an old man has done over the last many years. But again, thank you very much, and I'm deeply honored. I just want to take the opportunity of making a few comments and leave a few thoughts behind for all of you to ponder over the next several minutes. I think, as we look back at the pandemic, and I know a lot of people have spoken about the pandemic, I think there has been a big gift that this pandemic has also given to all of us. There are, of course, many negatives, from a health, safety, etc. perspective. And I'm not here to talk about the negatives, but there has been a silver lining. And being an eternal optimist, I like to look at the silver lining. And this has been perhaps the role that the pandemic has played in terms of driving digital transformation in an unprecedented fashion. In fact, for many years prior to the pandemic, a lot of technologists, gurus, OEMs, product vendors have all been knocking doors, trying to convince the world that, look, start embracing digital because it is going to help you in terms of cost efficiency, in terms of helping you serve your customers better, help you get into newer businesses, drive newer revenue streams, improve profitability, and so on. But it has been a very gradualistic process. And I think that the big thing that the pandemic has really done is drive the concept of digital transformation whole hog across every sector of the economy. Whether it is manufacturing or services or agriculture, everyone embraced digital transformation to reinvent themselves, to rejuvenate, and in fact, to survive. So I think that if we look at how digital transformation has moved from just being pilots to small deployments to large-scale deployments at breakneck speeds, I think we need to thank the pandemic. And all of you rushing home, everyone at home, working from home, studying from home, getting entertained from home, obviously has driven significant enhancements to this whole concept of the digital transformation. So everyone has wanted to find new ways of engaging with customers. Now, many of us, I'm sure, had been shopping avidly, sitting at home during the course of the pandemic, and even now we've got so used to it that many of us continue to do that unabated. Imagine the challenge before brands, because as far as brands are concerned, they had to find new ways of reaching out to you and me, to customers. And the reason for this is because many of the physical malls and retail outlets where these brands had shops unfortunately closed down. And in fact, even today, as you know, you still have weekend curfews, you've got all kinds of things happening in different cities. So therefore, the brands have found it incredibly difficult to reach out to customers. And because digital transformation has now enabled them to make sure that their customers can shop directly for the favorite brands, we call it direct to consumer, this has enabled many brands to just not survive, but do incredibly well. I think the other thing that has happened sitting at home is that app stores have become much more intuitive in terms of user interfaces. And the stronger bonding between the grandparents and the grandchildren have ensured that all the old grannies have become so tech savvy that they love to go shopping on their own online. So I know in many homes, people are surprised when the bell rings and there is somebody from a specific online platform standing at the door, turning around and saying, here is a package. Everyone looks at each other and says, oh, but I haven't ordered it. Have you? And then Granny says, yeah, no, this one's for mine. All you guys, just move to one side. So everything has changed. And I think this new way of engaging with digital systems is here to stay. If you look at the retail sector, just as an example, whether it's digital payments, whether it's merchandising, whether it's marketing, new ways have had to be found to make sure that you can do a lot of this at low costs. In fact, many industries at first shuddered at the thought that God knows what's going to happen to their businesses. But today, as we look at the pandemic in hindsight, what we find is that it is not just digital, but the coming together of digital and physical worlds so that there is a uniform immersive experience that can be delivered to consumers and customers that is going to be the way forward. So it's not going to be just about digital, and certainly it's not going to be just about physical. It's going to be the two coming together almost like two sides of the same coin to go and drive business success. And I think for all of you, there is tremendous opportunity to play at this intersection, understanding the needs of physical delivery of products, and then the digital enablement of engaging with customers coming together with a unified experience is going to become critical. I see huge opportunities for all of you as businesses are trying to learn this new mantra of surviving in both the physical and digital mediums, which means there are many new roles which are going to open up. Let me take a simple example. If you start looking at core processes within an organization, what you will find is that in the past, workflows would determine where, let us say, a specific task needed to move to next in the value chain. Going forward in the future, it is not just going to be human beings who are going to be working on each of those tasks, but we are also actually going to have digital workers, believe it or not. And that is why I'm saying that physical and digital worlds are going to come together. So in a specific process value chain, when you look at different tasks, there are going to be tasks which intelligent bots, or as I like to call them, digital workers, will be able to do much, much better, much quicker, much faster, much more accurate than a human being. So therefore, tasks will move from a human being to a digital worker, to a human being and another digital worker, or could be a series of digital workers with a few human beings in between, making sure that the process is delivered in a very accurate, in a very quick fashion, with a very high SLA. In fact, people are turning around and saying, look, I want absolute straight-through processing. I don't want the human being to touch any of the tasks. But that's not going to be true. That is wishful thinking. The good news is human beings are going to be required, but human beings and digital workers working together. The day is not far when human resource managers in organizations are actually going to have two kinds of training programs. One program for their physical human employees and workers, and another set of training programs where you're going to train the algorithms and train the digital workers to deliver better in terms of the tasks that have been aligned and associated with them. So that's where the world is going to, physical and digital worlds coming together. Again, the impact of digital transformation and reinvention that we are seeing is occurring across all sectors. Manufacturing, because of the fourth industrial revolution, allowing an organization to serve markets of one, that is you as an individual. And I think that's going to be revolutionary. And that's going to create huge positive impact in terms of driving efficiencies to meet individual customer needs. So a mass manufacturing unit will actually make custom-made stuff just for you, just the way you want it. And I think that's where the fourth industrial revolution is going to play a greatly enabling role in terms of helping us achieve what we've always been trying to do, markets of one. On the services side, I don't have to talk about it. All of you know that today, when we engage from a services perspective, we digitally engage through our smartphones, and we are talking to human beings sometimes, they're talking to bots at other times, and certainly more and more services are enabled, just because of how digital is making them better and efficient. And the third is agriculture. Believe it or not, there is significant reinvention happening in agriculture as well. In fact, across the entire value chain, starting from advisory services at one end, going to post-harvest technology, and then going on to market linkages. Our ability to make sure that we, in a very, very optimal fashion, are able to provide the inputs to our crops and improve crop productivity. The speaker before me was speaking about sustainability, and earlier during the day as well, many speakers spoke about sustainability. Sustainable agriculture is going to be greatly enabled by digital interventions. Again, across the entire value chain, we will see huge improvements in productivity. Imagine, through digital technologies, we will be able to optimize the use of pesticides. We will be able to optimize the use of water. We will be able to make sure that we do seeding in the correct fashion. We will also be able to make sure that we can do intercropping so that we improve the opportunity to earn more in terms of livelihood. And then, of course, significant improvements in productivity, all linked to the actual market need. So it is unprecedented in terms of how digital transformation is helping to reinvent every aspect and every facet of our life. Again, I'm almost at the end of my time that I have with you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'd like to say that you have tremendous opportunities. I'm very optimistic about the future. I think all of you will do incredibly well. There is a brave new world waiting out there for you. Make sure that you seize the opportunity because the day is yours. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, sir. Digital transformation to reinvent, engaging with digital systems, its cost effectiveness, coming together of digital and physical worlds, and the associated opportunities as a unifying experience, along with a discussion on digital workers and a mutual setup to work efficiently, has been an overwhelming and really insightful session from you, Mr. Manoj. Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj. We are highly grateful to you for your presence.
Thank you. And thank you for summing up so wonderfully.
Thank you, sir. May I take the privilege to introduce I'm so sorry, just give me a moment, please. May I take the privilege to introduce to you our next keynote speaker, Mr. Himanshu Goel, Director, Global Channel Sales and Ecosystems at BrowserStack, Mumbai, Associate Director Sales, AI Applications at IBM, Country Manager Sales, Global Systems Integrators at IBM. Mr. Himanshu, an entrepreneurial leader, has a track record of binding and leading high-impact, high-performance teams in new markets and delivering growth, an industry veteran for 25 years and last 17 years at IBM. He has done various roles, including leading the weather company, the deal makers team for high revenue business, and managing Lotus software brand for Software Group at IBM. Mr. Himanshu has been a co-founder of two startups, delivered and led 4 product launches and managed 1 acquisition. He has performed multiple roles in a 17-year stint at IBM, and his previous experience includes working in organizations such as Wipro and Adobe. Mr. Himanshu is currently the Global Director for Channels and Ecosystems at BrowserStack, Mumbai. Passionate about enterprise software sales, weather data, big data, services, software subscription, and cloud industry leader with 24 years in the IT industry and 18+ years of sales leadership. Constantly exceeded plan and expectations of software solutions, data management, engineered systems, and cloud solutions. Mr. Himanshu has been fascinated with how things work from gadgets to hardware and software. His early passion for tinkering paved the way for his commitment to technology innovation and formed the basis of his core belief: continuous reinvention is how business disrupts and lead. We are honored to have you with us, sir. I request Mr. Himanshu Goel to please grace the event.
Wow. Thank you, Sarah, for an amazing introduction. I wish my father-in-law heard this sometime. That would have been better. Thank you, Dr. Indra. Thank you, Dr. Kritika, and thank you, my friend Deepak, for having me here. And I hope this is really useful for all of us. In fact, I've been listening very keenly to Manoj. Manoj is a mentor sometime long, and I can really admit one fact that for what Manoj has done is because of him, we are all online. That's pretty much, I do believe. So when it came to this topic of sustainability, and I was really quizzing myself, how do I plan to present? And I think it's very interesting that an organization and an institute like yours have really trying to invade into the left and the right side of the brain, thinking about how would we keep this world sustainable while we keep delving on technology, deal with the pandemic, deal with this climate change, and deal with the millennials who are on the ground wanting to get out and change the world. So I thought I'll just reflect on what we are doing at Browser Stack, and I think it will sum up very well on how this world is getting digital or phygital and sustainable in times to come. I love the adage Manoj put together when a delivery comes at home, there's a quiz in the house that who's ordered and who's received and who's supposed to receive. And this is really driving whole effort towards the digital life of ours. And the mobile phone has become really the centerpiece of the world. You watch TV there, again, the OTT platforms, explosion, I must say, at least in last year. Your ability to meet your health providers online, thanks to the government changing the rules of dealing with the doctors online. And of course, while our kids don't love the online education anymore, but yeah, that's a fact of the matter today. So I'll just take you through some quick slides on what we are really doing at Browser Stack, and I hope that will give you some summary of where this world is going. How do these digital experiences come along really innovatively for all across the educated segment, or across all profiles of people and all diversity we have in the world, absorb this and do action with that. I hope my screen is visible. My presentation is visible.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is visible.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent. So Browser Stack is a very interesting startup. We are a unicorn out of India at the moment. It's a company started by two IITians 10 years ago. We are in the 11th year of our life. So we do tend to call ourselves as startups still. And we have that mind and frame and energy to do what we do today. So Browser Stack essentially delivers quality and speed for all the mobile and the web experiences you have today. If you really look at what really matters for today enterprises is to move fast. And yes, some people say break things faster, but we believe move fast and not break things, but keep things going. So today, when we look at companies who are doing well, who are continuously improving the ability of people to absorb their content, absorb their products, deal with them online, is essentially because they do a wonderful job of what screen they make for you to interact with. So the user interface, the ability to connect with you across your various mobile devices, your digital devices, even the digital TV today, is what really matters. So think about Government of India launching an app, and if that app only works on some select phones of certain standard, then one would just lose the audience. So the whole idea is that how do you create a website or a mobile device, a mobile app, which is managing the diversity of the devices which you have all across the world, and make your consumers really use it. And that's really what Browser Stack solves. So if you look at some companies who have moved fast and done very well, and pandemic is the best example. Amazon, very obvious, we all want to order through either Amazon or the Flipkarts and many other websites. Netflix really, bringing the world to the OTT platform. And then look at today, most of the Indian homegrown channels are available on OTT, and they're doing phenomenally well when the cinema halls are closed. And not to forget, despite pandemic, People want to stay active. They're looking at companies like Adidas, who have again remodeled themselves and done a lot of work with their markets and different markets on their mobile apps. When we look at some companies, they have not done really well. There have been exposures because of security or quality and various other things. So when we look at these whole programs, which are in a form as an output available on screens and devices, we're really looking at some technology aspect of how you do software development and how do you test the software which you develop. And I'll give you a very simple example. Think about a website. Think about the most commonly used CoWIN platform. The amazing thing about CoWIN platform is that the moment you want to enter your mobile phone, you get an OTP and you're in. I mean, it's an amazing job done by the government of India to build this application, which now I believe a lot of other developing worlds are looking for. And why is that it doesn't have an error? Because someone has done a great job in developing it and ensuring it is tested and it is usable across various disparity of devices which you have. So when you look at DevOps, this probably is more meat for engineers and developers here, but I'll just make it simple so that you just get a crux of it. DevOps as a word is development and ensuring the software which you develop has no quality defect. So the whole process of ensuring what is called as the CI/CD pipeline, the continuous integration and continuous deployment, is what really happens. Now, the easy experience for you to understand this is at times you see an update of an app coming on your mobile. Now, what is happening behind the scenes that the owner of that mobile, the developers of the mobile have done some small update. It might be a security bug issue. It might be a feature a function update. And then it asks you very quickly to update. And you just press a button on your mobile and it takes a few seconds and you're good to go. Now, if people like me who have been in software industry before the SaaS environment would recognize that upgrading a software from version A to B was one live job and it would have tremendous errors. So when we tell our kids and our employees these days that, look, that was a world, no one believes that hard the things were. So when we look at the comprehensive testing of an application, there are a couple of testings one we have to look at. So I again take the CoWIN example. So think about CoWIN. It is giving you details of the hospitals available when you want to take a vaccination. How does that happen? It has some integrations with the data hospitals are giving back to it. So that's the middle layer. The UI part is what you and I see on the app. So we make our interaction easy. Simple thing, OTP will come the moment you give your mobile and you're done. So it's as simple as that, can't be simpler. And then the lowest layer is the unit test, that how does this app comes into being. So what all data inputs are required? You need hospital data, you need the mobile data, you need Nadeem data, you need somewhere to verify with Aadhaar, etc. So all those things are connected and those unit tests are run to ensure that when it scales up to be usable by 1.4 billion people, it's all good to go. So what we present at Browser Stack, we have tools for automating, doing a quality check and testing check for your websites as well as mobile apps in various forms. Of course, I'll not go in the details, but I can tell you we are trusted by more than 50,000 customers globally today. The way people access our data centers and tools is again very local to our customers, and we have whole amount of 12 plus data centers across the world by which people can get to a website, test their website, and test their applications. So I'll just quickly move on and show you this slide. And now this slide probably is very meaningful. Now, you may not imagine, but in case you are someone who loves to change your mobile phones every now and then, or have had a task to change your mobile phones or devices in 2 to 3 years, you would imagine the hard work you have to do. Despite the fact that it is said it is seamless, but it's never seamless because you do end up losing some data or the other. So think about someone who's building a mobile app. Now, this is all against with sustainability as an effect, because think about a world where mobile apps would not exist or website will not exist, and how would you communicate? So today, despite the modernization, despite the innovation, we still have more than 2,000 browsers, devices, and OS. If you really look at all these three things, so your phone will have a version, it will have an OS version, and it will have some different type of browsers. Now, in order to make an application which will work on all these 2,000 odd combinations, it's a hard task. So when someone is making an application, one has to make a choice that where all will my application work to ensure that I don't miss out on my target consumers, and I don't miss out when there's a major upgrade or a new Apple phone is announced or new Android is announced, or worse than that, some Android are not supported, some OS are not supported, some browser versions are not supported. So that's the harder part. So this is the complexity which stays in the developer's mind and business's mind, that look, with any change in technology, we have to be fast-paced so that we don't miss out on consumer experience, right? So this is where Browser Stack is appealing to our clients, to give them the capability to test their applications in real time and deploy. So this is really the big value which we present. So look at the environments today. You have a smart TV, you have a mobile phone, you have a tablet, you have your regular PC, locations, networks, so many different combinations you can think of what can go wrong when the application is not ready for it. So this is the complexity and diversity we tend to solve. So today, if you look at any verticals, we have clients who are trusting by our platform, and they're regularly using this. We also power internet with a lot of open source projects, which we love, and we love developers ensuring they're more efficient and they are saving time to focus more on the code, and of course ensure their apps run very well. So in order to talk about our scale, so we have more than 2 million registered users today. We have more than 72 billion Selenium commands per year. Selenium is one framework for testing, very popular with developer community. We have customers over in 135 countries today, and 15 globally distributed data centers to support our clients. Now, this is the earning and the momentum we have built in last 10 years of our existence, and of course, with all the traction from the customers as well as investors, we are really making a good meaning. So we want to be the largest testing infrastructure for internet. And today, the biggest of the cloud providers, as you know, trust Browser Stack for what we do. So just summarizing, this is a quote I thought I'll bring it from my customer. This is really a new standard for the enterprise to deliver seamless experience with applications and websites, and that's where we believe a more sustainable effort to be digital and be phygital will stay very well. So thank you very much. I appreciate all your time, and I hope this has been useful.
Thank you so much, Mr. Himanshu Goel. Technology aspects with respect to corporate development, ensuring continuous integration, delivering quality, comprehensive testing, automation tools, along with solving complexities and diversities associated with the same. A totally intriguing session and a wonderful experience. Thank you so much, Mr. Himanshu Goel, for such an enriching session to all of us.
Thank you.
Now the session is open for questions. Participants are requested to put up their questions either in the chat box, or you can just raise your hand to put up questions to any of the keynote speakers.
Okay, till we get questions from the audience. So first of all, I'd like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to the guests Mr. Manoj, Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Shaurya, and of course, Mr. Nishant remotely. And now my question to the, any of the speakers is that, in countries which are developing like India, the penetration of technology is a big question. I mean, we may talk about updation of technologies and revolutionizing processes, but given the fact that majority of the population is still rural and technology penetration there is not as much as is probably required, number one. Secondly, we are still, a significant part of our economy is agrarian, and that is still non-technology based. That's pretty labor intensive even now. So these two major roadblocks are, serving as impediments to technology growth in the country. So what future do you foresee with these, pulling factors to technology growth in the country?
Maybe I can start.
Sure.
So I think we have to see the world in different view. I mean, when you look at the year 2000, Indians rose to the occasion of solving the Y2K problem. If you really talk about technology and computing, starting 2019, I would say, Manoj talked about digital agriculture, and you also put your mind towards that. And I ran the weather company for 4 years in India. I can tell you the level of innovation in agri-tech today is getting to a point to ease the farmer load on physical work and a lot of market linkages. So I think we are at a stage with this whole view of data access to everyone in the country. Knowledge is not stored in one place. Knowledge is really getting distributed. Okay, they're good and bad about it. But when you talk about business and innovation, I feel, the next 5 to 10 years are the years of Indian entrepreneurs to really innovate and have that ability through this whole social networks to showcase their ability of innovation, and then let the best people choose the best technology as an open market. So I think that change we will see, and we're already seeing it. I mean, who thought we're going to buy groceries online and we'll expect 5 minutes and 10 minutes of delivery? This is, and then you will choose amongst the 5 delivery people and 5 platforms who will give you what is the best, because the lady in the kitchen will always doubt that how can this 10-minute grocery be really fresh compared to a sabji wala. So I'll leave that thought for everyone's consumption. But I think there is going to be better times thanks to this digital change. India will really rise, and this whole young entrepreneurs in this age group of 15 to 25 will really show the way forward.
That's on a very, very optimistic note, and looks, very convincing. So thank you, Himanshu. Any other view from anybody else among the speakers? We can have more questions also. Yeah, please.
So let me ask a question to all the faculties here, with your permission, Dr. Indra.
Absolutely.
I think what you've done today is pretty interesting. You've got a lot of us to give some gyan here. I hope it is useful, but I'm curious to know what experiences are you giving to students to be experimental in nature, together as a group or individually, in those 2 years of life they have with you, especially in the MBA program?
I'll kind of volunteer to take this question first. And I'm, of course, allowing my faculty also to answer this. See, essentially, the rigidity of the curriculum is, and if you're bound by a university, it becomes tough to give them the experiential learning that you are exploring. But exposing them to things that can be done through sessions like these, through entrepreneurs coming and mentoring them is one aspect. Second thing is exposing them to the real markets through some field research is the second. Some live projects with industries is the third. And of course, asking them to write on the latest ways of doing business by doing a little bit, because there are a lot of projects, especially with the NAP being implemented. So at whatever class they are, every year they need to submit a project. So that becomes an excellent opportunity where we ask them to explore what's happening, and the redundant and the outdated topics and concepts are not really entertained, and students are encouraged to read about something which is prevalent in you. And they are self-motivated and self-driven. And by the way, pandemic has made students, though it may, we all are experiencing that, that human warmth of relationship between a teacher and a student has gone. But trust me, students have become wiser, and they are more sensitive to relationships generally. And they have gotten into the practice of reading because they were at home for so much time. So, and when they have been reading and there's so much of information on the digital media, they do get to know of what's happening. So we get more aware students in the class. Okay, that's a fact actually. So even if they are not very attentive, but they're aware because they do read. And pandemic forcing them to stay indoors, actually reading and investing is one thing that students have really been motivated with. And projects and mentors and sessions like these are some of the techniques that we can wade our way through, given the tight curriculum that we are bound by. So that's the max that we have been able to deliver till date.
Sounds very nice. Great.
Yeah, thank you. Still trying actually. And trust me, teaching is an evolving exercise, especially after the pandemic. And we are also, and it's not just about technology, it's also about what we need to teach the students. And again, it's not so much about teaching them the content, the risk-taking ability, because now, yes, they have realized that it is really a risky world. We used to talk about the VUCA world to them earlier, but now they've experienced it for the last 2 years, how risky it is. So they kind of absorb that, yes, they can't be sure. And when you are not sure, then you have to be accustomed to taking risks and dealing with the uncertainty that life and business has to offer. So yes, they have become more proactive towards, understanding of the uncertainty that lies ahead, and so becoming more prepared. And thanks to the digital tools, they have the necessary infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that they need, And yes, a variety of students come from all kinds of backgrounds, and we do have students who come from, rural backgrounds. And phone is one thing which is actually making them learn. And even they may not be able to attend live classes all the time for whatever, but then phones, because we have the rule of giving them recorded classes in any case. So through this one device called mobile phone, seconding what you just mentioned, actually, they are able to get the experience of the whole world around them. So that has made the huge difference. So whatever we wanted to give them, they actually can get it through their phones, both through live and recorded sessions that they get to be with. Yeah, so that's from my side. And yes, I would request others to contribute. And I think we have questions, Dikshant and Garima. If you have questions, you may please.
So my question is, India being largest market of two-wheelers in the world with 5 to 6 major companies. But now after the trend of EV, we are seeing hundreds of small companies manufacturing it or branding it. So what is the future of this company after companies like Hero, Ola or Mahindra enters this sector?
Probably Mr. Chuk could take this question. Okay, anything else, Himanshu, if you could?
Yeah, I think, Dikshant, I was very shocked to read in the newspaper, I guess yesterday or today, that one of the biggest two-wheeler company we have always known in India post less sales. And I think to your question, we just as consumer has a lot of choices, and may the best one win. So I think ask your father how hard was it to book a scooter and get one. Booking was one part, getting one was another part. And by the way, the difference between the two activities was sometimes 10 years. Today you can subscribe a scooter, I guess, or if not, you can at least go and buy and go to and challenge the manufacturer if there's any defect. So I think we should be just very happy. We have so many choices and so much exploration to do. I mean, think about I mean, I come from North, and now I live in Bombay for a long time. But the hand rickshaw, when we look at Calcutta, we used to feel it was a misery for the puller. Then we had the cycle rickshaw in North, which we again still there were some in Delhi. We believe it was a misery. But think about what revolution the e-rickshaw has done. It has a low boarding staff, very good for my mom to just sit in from the market doing her shopping in Chandni Chowk. And she can fly away to whichever part of at least Old Delhi. So I think, good consumer choice is where we are.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Garima, you'd like to ask? Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I would like to ask that with the coming of technology in the system, and with everything being digital and online, it's good. But this comes on the cost of losing of job opportunity. This will obviously lead to less creation of jobs, which will then definitely affect the human development.
Garima, you have two questions in your one question. You talked about digitization and then loss of jobs. Actually, do you really see the loss of job is happening? Have you ever checked how many employees do Zomato and Swiggy have grown with this year versus 2018? Just go to the websites and check and do some research. You'll be astonished. They have increased their staff many times over for people who probably didn't have much to do. So I would, and then what enables an employee of these companies? They have to invest in a bike or a two-wheeler. Then they have to buy petrol. They will make some money. Government will make some tax. Who will manage all this work? There'll be more employees needed at petrol pumps. So I don't think digitization is going to change the job scenario. And by the way, why don't you look at the EPFO website, the Provident Fund website? In the organized sector, the jobs have grown in the last 2 years, if you really look at the pandemic. So I think try and do some research on your feeling about pandemic losing your jobs, and I'm pretty sure you'll be surprised. Go and look for data from CII, go and look for data from FICCI, go and look for data, I mean, in case you don't trust other sources. There's lot of people getting employed with whole digitization. Think about any startup doing services. They will employ people or they will poach, but you really can't continuously poach. You always need to train people and get them to speed and get them to do work. So I would politely disagree with your thought process here and request you to do some research, and I'm sure you'll be surprised.
Yes, and I would agree with Himanshu in this. Yes.
Do we have any other questions? All right. All our esteemed keynote speakers for the session, Mr. Nishant Sharma, Mr. Shaurya Mehrotra, Mr. Manoj Chugh, Mr. Himanshu Goel. Thank you so much. Such an enriching session and wonderful interaction with our keynote speakers. This surely leaves us with a lot to ponder upon and to implement in future. We feel highly honored to have you all with us today for this session. Thank you so much. With this, we proceed towards felicitation of our esteemed guests. May I request Ms. Jyoti Gupta to felicitate Mr. Nishant Sharma with flowers, memento, and a certificate of recognition. May I request Dr. Ruchika Sharma to felicitate Mr. Shaurya Mehrotra with flowers, memento, and a certificate of recognition. Thank you so much. May I request Ms. Nidhi Jain to felicitate Mr. Manoj Chugh with flowers, memento, and a certificate of recognition. Now may I request Dr. Renu Vashisht to felicitate Mr. Himanshu Goel with flowers, memento, and a certificate of recognition. Thank you so much. May I now invite Dr. Ritrika to present a formal vote of thanks to the session, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sara. Very good afternoon to one and all. It is indeed a memorable day for each one of us to be the part of this session and listen to the enriching and intriguing words of experts, researchers, and academicians at this international conference. It is difficult to fathom the knowledge we all have gained during these deliberations, and words can never be enough to express the immense gratitude we feel from the presence of our esteemed guests. I would take this privilege to put forward our heartfelt appreciation in words and thank our honorable guest, Mr. Nishant Sharma, Senior Manager, Software Engineering, Walmart Global Tech, Mr. Shaurya Mehrotra, Founder and CEO, Metwi, Mr. Manoj Chugh, President, Group Public Affairs, Mahindra & Mahindra, and Mr. Himanshu Goel, Director, Global Channel Sales and Ecosystems at Browserstat Mumbai. On behalf of the entire conference team and VIPS, we are very thankful to you all for sparing your very valuable time to be the speakers for this session. Your words have captivated the audience, and there have been significant takeaways for the individuals as well as the institution as a whole. Education as a function offers multiple opportunities and challenges for building tech products that contribute towards building a sustainable yet optimal future. Cohort-based learning combines the best of online learning and personalized human touch and is one of the significant steps to eventually reduce the need of offline learning systems. We are very thankful to Mr. Shaurya Mehrotra for the way he has enlightened us with his experience and informed how we can cut down carbon footprints by 90%. Thank you so much, sir. I am very thankful to Mr. Manoj Chugh for explaining how it has become imperative for the organizations to design and follow novel ways of engaging with customers and enter new businesses based on the strong foundation of digital architecture. Also, as organizations look at transforming themselves to live and succeed in the digital world, it is important to understand the need of embracing the physical in equal measure. Thank you so much, sir, for your benign presence and such a wonderful session. I extend warm regards to Mr. Himanshu Goel for sharing how we can move fast without breaking things. Thank you for sharing your insights, sir, with all of us and making a vital contribution to our learning experience at this conference. Last but not the least, though Mr. Nishant is not live with us, but I extend my deepest gratitude for the way he has explained how we can replenish, restructure, and reinvent in terms of technology advancements and data privacy. Sky is the limit for technological transformations, but the need is to prepare future as well as current workforce to address the privacy issues at hand. I acknowledge the unwavering support received from our Dean, Dr. Indira Bharadwaj. Without her, this conference would not have taken the shape it is currently in. Thank you so much, ma'am. I extend my warm regards to the faculty and staff members, and at the same time, extend my sincere gratitude to the participants and the students who have made this session a success with their presence. Thanks a lot, everyone. Wish you a very happy learning experience. Over to you, Dr. Sara.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruchika. Coming to the end of the plenary session, may I request everyone to please turn your cameras on for a group photograph.
And I also take this opportunity to thank all the guests on behalf of VIPS. And we did have a virtual felicitation, but we really look forward to a physical felicitation sometime very soon in the future. We would really like to welcome you on the campus once we reopen. And we are really, really grateful that you spared your time for our students, our faculty, and the delegates of the conference. Your insights have been really, really valuable, and we are very blessed to have you as the speakers at the conference. Thank you to everybody. A huge thank you to all the speakers for this session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before proceeding with the technical sessions, we halt for a lunch break. Thereafter, our technical sessions commences from 2:30 p.m. I request all the paper presenters to be available for the technical sessions to kindly join on time for the scheduled time-bound commencement of the session. Thank you from the entire conference team of WINC 2020 for your participation, patience, and consistency. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. We rejoin at 2:30.